Hey guys, tonight we're traveling to a place that exists on no map, that appears in no history, that was forgotten so completely that even its name dissolved into the wind that sweeps across its empty streets. This is a story about a civilization that ended without ending, about a city where everything was left in place: tools on workbenches, goods in markets, books open to pages that were never turned, but the people, all the people, every single person who walked those streets and lived in those homes and created the beautiful, impossible things we're about to explore. They simply vanished. No bodies, no graves, no signs of flight or famine or conquest, just absence. Pure, complete, inexplicable absence. Before we begin this journey together, take a moment to settle in. Adjust your pillow. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of the day beginning to dissolve, drifting away like sand through fingers, like footprints erased by wind, like memories of people who were here and then were not. Tonight's journey will take us through empty spaces that still somehow feel inhabited, through silence that seems to remember sound, through absence that suggests presence in ways we cannot quite explain, but which we feel nonetheless: the sense that what vanished is not truly gone, not entirely, not in the ways that matter most. If you'd like to support these long journeys into history's forgotten corners, feel free to like this video or subscribe, but only if it feels right. There's no pressure here, no urgency. This space exists for rest, for wonder, for allowing your mind to drift into the territories where the disappeared leave traces, where absence creates its own presence, where forgetting is a kind of remembering. And if you're moved to, leave a comment telling us where in the world you're listening from tonight. There's something profound about knowing that across continents and time zones, we're all gathered in this quiet moment, preparing to walk together through a city that no one walks through anymore, to bear witness to what remains when everything human has departed, when only stone and silence testify to lives that were lived here completely, until the moment they weren't. Pause. In 1891, a British explorer named Thomas Whitmore was following what he believed to be ancient trade routes through a desert that modern maps called empty, that local peoples avoided, that seemed to hold nothing worth crossing miles of sand to discover. But Whitmore was following older maps, medieval charts, Arabic manuscripts that referenced a city no one could locate, that travelers mentioned but never quite reached, that existed in the historical record as rumor, as legend, as the place that merchants spoke of, but which no caravan could find. He found it, not where the old maps indicated, not where logic suggested, but there, half buried in sand that had been accumulating for centuries, for millennia, perhaps walls rising from dunes, streets emerging from the desert floor, the ghost of a city that should not exist, but which undeniably did exist, which was present, which was real despite having been forgotten so thoroughly that its very existence seemed impossible. Whitmore spent 3 days exploring before returning to his base camp for supplies. When he came back with his team, with documentation equipment and more provisions, they spent 6 months in the ruins. 6 months cataloging impossibilities. 6 months recording evidence of a civilization that defied every assumption about human history, about cultural development, about what should be possible for people building cities in the middle of desert with no apparent water source, no visible agriculture, no explanation for how they lived, let alone how they created what they created. And then they left. Because funding ran out. Because the desert was harsh. Because Whitmore had documented what he could, and there were other expeditions calling, other mysteries demanding attention. He published his findings. Academic journals, detailed reports, photographs that should have revolutionized archaeology, that should have sent dozens of expeditions to the site, that should have made this nameless city as famous as Pompeii, as studied as Troy, as significant as any lost civilization ever discovered. But no one went. The location coordinates that Whitmore provided led to empty desert. Other explorers searching for the site found nothing. The city had vanished again, not just forgotten, but unfindable, as if the desert had reclaimed it, as if it existed only briefly, only long enough for Whitmore to document it, and then returned to the realm of legend, of impossibility, of places that appear in old maps, but which cannot be reached, cannot be verified, cannot be proven except through photographs that might be forgeries, reports that might be fiction, the testimony of one man who claimed to have walked through streets where no one walks, who claimed to have seen what cannot be seen, who spent the rest of his life insisting, "It was real, it was there, I documented it." And we believe him, not because we can verify his claims, we cannot. The city remains lost, but because his photographs show things that are too strange to invent, too precise to be fabrication, too beautiful and terrible and impossible to be anything except documentation of something that truly existed, that truly was, that might still exist somewhere in the shifting sands, if only we could find it again, if only we knew where to look, if only the desert chose to reveal what it has hidden, what it keeps, what it guards in the way that deserts guard their secrets absolutely, completely, forever. Tonight, we're going to walk through that city, through Whitmore's photographs, through his journals, through the impossible things he documented, and the questions he couldn't answer, and the mystery that has only deepened in the century since he found what cannot be found, saw what cannot be seen, walked where no one walks through the city that disappeared without a trace. Let the day fade completely now. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Feel yourself beginning to drift, to wander, to move from the solid world of what we know into the uncertain territory of what might have been, what might still be, hidden beneath sand, waiting for the right moment to emerge again, to be witnessed again, to share once more its beautiful, terrible secrets with those who are ready to receive them, who are willing to wonder, who can accept that some things exist, whether or not we can prove them, whether or not we can find them, whether or not they make sense according to the rules we think govern how civilizations rise and fall and leave traces that we can study, that we can understand. This civilization left traces, but the traces themselves are mysteries, and the greatest mystery of all is not what they built or how they lived, but where they went when they left everything behind: tools and books and children's toys and gardens that still bloom and departed into absence, so complete that even their name was forgotten, even their language dissolved, even their existence became legend, became doubt, became the question that we're going to explore tonight in the city where no one lives, where no one died, where people simply ceased to be present in ways we can measure, in forms we can perceive, leaving only stone and silence, and the overwhelming sense that absence is not the same as gone, that disappeared does not mean ended, that somewhere in some form we cannot quite imagine they continue, they persist. They remain in the city that waits beneath the sand for the next explorer who will find it, document it, and watch it vanish again into the desert that keeps what it keeps and reveals only what it chooses, when it chooses, to whom it chooses, in the land where forgetting is an art, where disappearance is a skill, where the mysterious civilization that vanished without a trace left behind only questions, only wonder, only the beautiful, impossible evidence that they were here, that they mattered, that they built and lived, and then went somewhere we cannot follow, cannot find, can only wonder about in the quiet hours when we close our eyes and imagine what it would be like to walk through their empty streets, to see what Whitmore saw, to witness what remains when everything human has departed, but everything beautiful stays behind, waiting in the sand, waiting in the silence, waiting for us to descend into sleep and find them there, in dreams, in the place where lost civilizations go when they leave the world we know, when they pass into the territory beyond maps, beyond history, beyond everything except memory and wonder, and the stories we tell about cities that appeared once and then vanished, leaving only photographs and questions, and the sense that somewhere, somehow, they're still there, still present, still waiting for the moment when we're ready to find them again, to walk among them again, to understand at last where they went when they left everything behind and disappeared without a trace into the mystery that waits for all of us, that calls to all of us, that makes us close our eyes and drift towards sleep and wonder. What lies beyond the edge of what we know? What waits in the territories we've forgotten? What civilizations exist in the spaces between dreams and waking? between memory and history, between the world that is and the worlds that might have been, that might still be, hidden beneath sand, preserved in silence, waiting for us in the city that vanished, that disappeared, that left no trace except the deepest trace of all the question that will not be answered, the mystery that will not be solved, the absence that feels like presence, the silence that sounds like music, the emptiness that somehow, impossibly, feels full. Good night. Let's begin our walk through the city that isn't there, through the streets where no one walks, through the mystery that has no solution except wonder, except surrender, except the gentle drift into sleep where all lost things might be found again, where all vanished civilizations might still exist, where we might discover at last where they went, what they became, why they left everything beautiful behind when they departed into absence, into silence, into the place where this story takes us now, together, gently, into the night. The first thing that struck Whitmore was the completeness. It is said that abandoned places show signs of abandonment, that when people leave, they take what they can carry, that looters arrive eventually, that weather claims what humans don't, that time itself is a kind of vandalism, gradually destroying what maintenance would preserve, gradually reducing what was orderly to chaos, what was intentional to random. But this city showed none of that, looked as if its inhabitants had stepped out for a moment, as if they intended to return, as if the pause in their presence was temporary, brief, the kind of absence that happens when everyone goes to a festival or a funeral or some gathering, that requires the whole population to be elsewhere for a few hours before returning to normal life, to daily routines, to the work of living that would resume as soon as the interruption ended. But the interruption never ended. The pause became permanent. The temporary absence became eternal. And what should have been a few hours became centuries, became millennia, became the desert slowly burying what people had left expecting to reclaim it, covering it in sand that accumulated grain by grain, until only the tops of the tallest structures remained visible, until even those were hidden, until the city disappeared completely beneath the patient dunes that claimed everything, that covered everything, that made the city invisible until wind or chance or Thomas, Whitmore's peculiar determination, revealed it again, exposed it again, made it findable for one brief moment before the desert reclaimed it, hid it again, made it vanish so thoroughly that no one since has been able to locate it despite having Whitmore's coordinates, despite knowing it exists, despite photographic evidence that cannot be dismissed. Whitmore approached through what appeared to be a ceremonial gate, twin pillars carved from single pieces of stone, not constructed, not assembled, but monolithic, each one weighing more than any reasonable transportation method should have been able to move. Yet here they stood, perfectly vertical, precisely positioned, creating a threshold that marked the boundary between desert and city, between chaos and order, between the formless sand and the shaped stone that testified to human presence, human intention, human refusal to accept that the world as given is the world as it must remain. Beyond the gate, streets, paved with stones fitted so precisely that 3,000 years of settling, if Whitmore's estimates were correct, and they probably weren't, might have been conservative, might have been the kind of careful underestimation that scientists make when truth seems too extreme to state baldly 3,000 years or more had not disturbed the joints, had not created gaps, had not allowed sand to penetrate, except where wind had piled it into drifts that could be swept away, that revealed beneath them surfaces as perfect as the day they were laid. The streets were empty, completely empty, not abandoned, emptied. There's a difference. Abandonment leaves traces. People fleeing take what they value and leave what they don't. People dying leave bodies. People relocated by conquest leave signs of violence, of resistance, of the struggle that occurs when one population displaces another. This city showed none of that. The streets were simply empty of people while remaining full of everything else, of goods, of tools, of the material culture of daily life arranged as if everyone had simply stopped simultaneously and walked away from whatever they were doing, whatever they were holding, whatever task occupied them at the moment of cessation. In one plaza, Whitmore found a market. Stone counters still displaying goods. Not valuable goods. Those would have been looted if looters had come. If the city had been discovered and raided. If anyone had arrived who valued what the vanished civilization valued. But ordinary goods remained. Clay pots, woven baskets, tools made of bronze and iron, and materials Whitmore couldn't identify. Alloys that his team's chemist analyzed and could not explain. Combinations of elements that should not be possible to achieve with ancient smelting techniques, with the technology available to people building cities in the desert 3 millennia ago. The goods were arranged, displayed, organized as if the market was open for business, as if customers were expected, as if at any moment people would arrive to browse and barter and conduct the ordinary commerce that makes markets function, that makes cities possible, that creates the exchange of goods and services that allows specialization, allows some to farm while others craft, allows division of labor that is the foundation of civilization itself. But no customers came. No merchants returned to tend their stalls. The market waited, perfectly preserved, for commerce that would never resume, for the city's last transaction that remained forever incomplete, forever paused at the moment before conclusion, frozen in the eternal present tense of expectation that will never be fulfilled. Whitmore documented everything, photographed the empty streets, measured the precise stone fitting, mapped the city's layout, which was geometrically perfect, was based on proportions that suggested sophisticated mathematics, that created relationships between structures that might be aesthetic, or might be functional, or might be both, might be the kind of urban planning that makes cities beautiful and efficient simultaneously, that creates spaces people want to inhabit while also facilitating the practical work of living, of moving goods, of gathering for ceremony or commerce, or the 100 other reasons people come together in public spaces. But as he documented, as his team worked through the streets and plazas and buildings that were perfectly preserved, perfectly empty, perfectly waiting, he felt it. The absence. Not just the lack of people, but something more. Something atmospheric. Something that made the city feel not dead, but held breath. Not concluded, but paused. Not ended, but suspended in the moment before something happens, before breath is released, before the pause concludes and action resumes or breath fails, and the pause becomes permanent, becomes death, becomes the final stillness that is not waiting, but is cessation itself. The houses were open. No doors, no barriers. The architecture trusted, assumed that privacy did not require locking, that property did not require defending, that people could live with openness because there was nothing to fear from openness, because trust was default, because the community was integrated enough that theft or violation were not concerns, were not possibilities that architecture needed to defend against. Inside the houses, tables set for meals, plates arranged, utensils positioned, cups placed, as if dinner was about to be served, as if the family was expected momentarily, as if this was not abandonment, but brief absence, the pause between preparation and consumption, the moment when food is ready, and the eaters are being called, but have not yet arrived. But they never arrived. The meals were never eaten. The tables remained set, and whatever called the people away was strong enough, urgent enough, compelling enough that they did not finish what they had started, did not eat what they had prepared, did not complete the basic human ritual of gathering for food, of sharing meals, of the communion that happens when people sit together and eat and talk and participate in the daily ceremony that binds families, that creates community, that makes civilization possible through the simple, repeated act of breaking bread together. What could be urgent enough to interrupt that? What could be important enough to make an entire population leave their homes simultaneously, leave their meals uneaten, leave their work unfinished, leave everything behind and go? Where? Whitmore found no answer, found only more questions, more evidence of sudden cessation, more proof that something had happened here, something that affected everyone at once, something that made staying impossible, or made leaving imperative, or simply made being here, being physical, being present in bodies that occupy space and require food and leave footprints, made that impossible, made that unnecessary, made that something they could abandon like they abandoned their homes and meals and tools and everything except the question, where did they go when they left? What were they going toward when they walked away from everything? What was worth leaving for when nothing here suggested they wanted to leave? When everything suggested they were in the middle of living, in the middle of ordinary days, in the middle of meals and work, and the accumulated routine of civilization that continues until something interrupts it, something stops it, something ends it so completely that even the name of the city is forgotten. Even the language dissolves. Even the memory of its existence fades until only photographs remain to prove it was real, was here, was lived in by people who vanished so completely that not even bones remained to testify that they were human, were mortal, were subject to the same laws of decay that claim all flesh, all bodies, all living things eventually. In the city's center, Whitmore found a plaza larger than the others, a gathering space, and in that plaza, footprints, thousands of footprints, pressed into what had been mud that hardened into something like stone, into surface that preserved the marks, that documented the gathering that occurred here. The footprints converged. All faced the same direction, toward the desert, toward empty horizon, toward nothing that Whitmore could see, nothing that his team could identify, nothing that should draw 10,000 people to walk in the same direction, to leave their city together, to depart en masse toward. What? The footprints left the plaza, continued into the desert, and then disappeared, not gradually, not fading as wind eroded them or sand covered them, just stopped, as if the people making them had dematerialized, as if they had walked as far as flesh could walk, and then continued in forms that do not leave footprints, in states that do not disturb sand, in ways of being that are not physical, not material, not subject to the laws that say walking requires feet, and feet require bodies, and bodies require ground to walk on, and ground records the walking through the marks that walking makes. But beyond a certain point, maybe 50 meters from the plaza, maybe less, the footprints ceased. The sand was undisturbed, showed no evidence of 10,000 people walking across it, showed nothing except the ordinary wind patterns that sand shows, the ripples and drifts that have no human source, that testify only to air moving, to particles shifting, to the desert doing what deserts do when no one is present, when no one disturbs, when no one walks. Whitmore stood at the edge of the footprints, looked toward the horizon they faced, tried to see what they saw, tried to understand what called them, what drew them, what made them leave their city and walk into the desert, and then stop being physical, stop being trackable, stop being present in any way that leaves evidence. He found nothing, saw nothing. The horizon was empty. The desert was featureless. There was nothing there except sand and sky, and the particular quality of light that makes deserts beautiful and terrible simultaneously, that makes them feel both empty and full, both hostile and sacred, both deadly and holy in ways that people who live in easier places cannot quite understand, cannot quite feel, cannot access without going to deserts and standing in them, and allowing the emptiness to do what emptiness does, which is not nothing, which is never nothing, which is always something profound, even when that something cannot be named, cannot be explained, can only be felt in the chest, in the bones, in the recognition that emptiness is fullness of a different kind, is presence of a different quality, is the opposite of nothing, even though it appears to be nothing to eyes trained to recognize only form, only shape, only the solid, definite things that cast shadows and occupy space. Whitmore returned to his camp as the sun was setting, wrote in his journal, "The city did not die, it exhaled, and the breath it released was its people. Where that breath went, I cannot say, but I do not believe they are dead. I believe they are elsewhere. I believe they are in the form that breath takes when it is no longer bound to lungs, no longer shaped by bodies, no longer constrained by the requirement of being physical. I believe they walked into the desert and became desert, became wind, became the emptiness that is not empty, and I believe the city waits for them, believes they will return, continues to set tables and arrange markets, and maintain itself through whatever means cities use to maintain themselves when no one is present to maintain them actively. When preservation happens through magic or through will, or through the simple fact that the city refuses to accept that absence is permanent, that the breath it released will not return, that the people who walked away are gone forever. The city does not believe in forever. The city believes in pause, and it waits for the pause to end, for breath to return, for its people to materialize again and resume their meals and their work and their living. The city waits, and I think it will wait forever. And I think forever is exactly how long it will take for that wait to be rewarded. Which is to say, I think the city knows something we don't. I think the people who vanished understood something about leaving that we don't understand about going. And I think if we could understand it, we would understand why the city is not abandoned, but is held breath, is pause, is the silence before speech resumes, is the emptiness before fullness returns, is the absence that is not absence, but is presence in a form we cannot quite perceive, cannot quite measure, cannot quite accept, but which is nonetheless real, is nonetheless true, is nonetheless what happened here when the city exhaled, and its people became breath, and breath became whatever breath becomes when it is no longer bound to the task of keeping bodies alive. The journal entry concluded, Whitmore never wrote about the city again, returned to England, died 20 years later, left his photographs and notes to a museum that filed them away, that catalogued them as curiosities, that never sent the expedition that should have been sent, that never verified what should have been verified, that never found what Whitmore found because the city had vanished again, had been reclaimed by sand, had returned to wherever it exists when it is not being discovered, when it is not being documented, when it chooses to remain hidden, to remain impossible, to remain the city that exhaled its people and has been holding its breath ever since, waiting for them to return to materialize, to resume their interrupted lives in the place that refuses to believe they are gone, that insists through its perfect preservation that absence is temporary, that breath returns, that the pause will end and life will resume, and the city will exhale again, but this time will inhale too, will draw back what it released, will reclaim its people, and become again not empty preservation, but living presence, not museum, but home, not monument to the vanished, but habitation for the returned, in the city that waits beneath the sand for the moment when waiting ends, when breath returns, when the mysterious civilization that disappeared without a trace leaves one final trace by coming back. The gardens should not exist. It is said that deserts do not garden, that water is prerequisite for growth, that plants require rain or irrigation, or at minimum some moisture source that allows roots to drink, that allows leaves to photosynthesize, that maintains the chemistry of life, that makes green things possible, that makes gardens feasible in places where humans choose to live and want beauty, want food, want the presence of growing things to soften stone, to break the hardness of built environments with the soft, persistent presence of vegetation. But these gardens had no water, or no visible water, no wells nearby, no channels for irrigation, no cisterns, no collection systems, no apparent source for the moisture that growth requires. Yet they grew, flourished, bloomed in desert that should kill them, that should desiccate them, that should turn them brown and brittle and dead within days of any water source being cut off, within hours of roots being denied the drinking they require to maintain themselves, to continue the work of being alive. Whitmore found the first garden behind what appeared to be a residence, a small courtyard surrounded by walls, open to sky but otherwise enclosed, creating microclimate perhaps, trapping moisture, utilizing techniques that desert peoples have always used to make gardens possible in impossible places, through careful architecture, through clever design, through the understanding that with proper planning, small amounts of water can go far, can support growth, can create green spaces even where green seems impossible. But the plants here were not desert plants, were not cacti or succulents, or the specialized flora that has evolved for arid environments, that has developed strategies for surviving on minimal water, for storing moisture, for reducing evaporation through thick skins and small leaves, and all the adaptations that allow life to persist where life seems impossible. These plants were lush, had broad leaves, showed no stress, looked as if they were growing in temperate zones with regular rainfall, with moisture abundance, with conditions that supported easy growth rather than the hard-won survival that desert plants achieve through specialization, through compromise, through accepting limitations that make them tough but sparse, resilient but not abundant. And the plants were arranged, not randomly scattered, not growing according to natural patterns, but organized, positioned deliberately, creating patterns that looked like writing. Whitmore recognized it slowly, spent days in the garden, sketching the plant positions, documenting which species grew where, noting the heights and the spacings and the relationships between different sections of the garden. And gradually, the pattern emerged. The arrangement was linguistic, was syntactic, was organized according to rules that resembled grammar, that suggested the plants were not decoration, but communication, were not beauty, but text, were not garden, but book written in living letters that required growth to be readable, that required time to complete their sentences, that used seasons and years, and the patient unfolding of botanic cycles to write what they wrote in language that could only be read by those who were willing to watch, who were willing to wait, who understood that some messages take years to complete, that some knowledge cannot be transmitted except through media that grow and change, and require the reader to commit not minutes, but months, not hours, but years, not single sitting, but lifetime to the work of reading what was written here in flowers and stems, and the spaces between growth that were as important as the growth itself, that created negative space that contributed to meaning, that made the garden's syntax rather than vocabulary, made them sentences rather than words, made them complete thoughts rather than isolated letters. His team photographed everything, attempted to create permanent record. But the photographs showed plants, showed gardens, showed beauty, did not show language, could not capture what Whitmore saw, what emerged from patient observation, what required not single image, but accumulated images, not one photograph, but hundreds tracking change across time, tracking growth, tracking the way certain plants bloomed before others, tracking the sequence that might be reading order, might be the direction you were meant to move through the garden, might be the syntax that made the plant arrangement meaningful rather than merely pretty. Whitmore attempted translation, made lists of plants, tried to assign meanings. This species equals this concept. That height signifies that quality. The spacing between these two indicates this relationship. But the translation failed. The vocabulary he created produced gibberish when applied to the grammar he thought he perceived. The sentences his system generated were meaningless, were word salad, were proof that he was wrong about meaning, or wrong about method, or wrong about the fundamental assumption that gardens were language, that plants were text, that what he was seeing was communication rather than simply aesthetics that accidentally resembled structure, that happened to create patterns that looked like writing without actually being writing, without actually carrying meaning beyond the meaning that all beauty carries, which is simply, this is beautiful, this matters, this deserves attention, even if the attention produces no understanding, even if perception leads to no comprehension, even if seeing is not the same as knowing. But one of his team members, a botanist named Sarah Chen, who had been studying the garden's plant species, documenting their characteristics, attempting to understand how they survived without water, noticed something that Whitmore had missed. The plants changed. Not grew was expected, but changed identity. A plant that was one species on Tuesday was different species by Friday. The leaves altered. The stems restructured. The flowers transformed from one color, one shape, one form to another without dying, without the intermediate stages that metamorphosis requires, without the process that should occur when one thing becomes another thing, but which here simply happened, simply occurred, simply made plants fluid, made species contingent, made taxonomy impossible, because the living things in these gardens did not stay themselves, did not maintain identity, did not remain classifiable, because they transformed constantly, became different things, expressed different forms, while remaining recognizably the same individual plant, the same root system, the same location, the same presence that was nonetheless different, was nonetheless changed, was nonetheless new every time you looked at it carefully enough to notice that what you saw yesterday was not what you saw today. That observation required acknowledging that plants were more fluid than botany allowed, more mutable than science accepted, more capable of transformation than any theory of growth could accommodate. Chen documented this, photographed the same plant across multiple days, showed the changes, proved that species were not fixed, that identity was not permanent, that the gardens contained not static plantings, but dynamic populations that shifted and changed and expressed different forms according to schedules that Chen could not determine, but which were clearly meaningful, clearly intentional, clearly part of whatever these gardens were, whatever they were meant to do, whatever they were meant to communicate through the patient work of being plants that were also text, growth, that was also grammar, gardens that were also books written in the slowest medium imaginable, in living things that took seasons to complete sentences, that required years to finish paragraphs, that needed perhaps centuries to express complete thoughts in botanical language that humans could perceive, but could not read, could see, but could not understand, could document, but could not translate. The implications were staggering. If plants could change species, if identity was fluid, if what botany called permanent characteristics were actually temporary expressions, temporary forms that the plant was occupying today, but might not occupy tomorrow, might transform away from, might abandon in favor of different expression, different morphology, different way of being plant. If all this was true, then perhaps the civilization that created these gardens understood life differently than we understand it. Understood that what we call species are not categories, but states, are not permanent, but temporary, are forms that living things pass through rather than identities they maintain, are expressions they wear rather than essences they embody, are clothing rather than skin, temporary rather than eternal, changeable rather than fixed. And if plants could transform, if species could shift, if identity was not permanent for botanical life, why would it be permanent for human life? Why would people be more fixed than plants? Why would consciousness be more stable than chlorophyll? Why would what we call human be permanent category rather than temporary state? Eternal identity rather than provisional expression. Fixed nature rather than current form that could change, that could shift, that could become something else when circumstances required, when evolution demanded, when transformation was necessary not for survival, but for continuing, for persisting, for remaining alive in forms that transcend what we think life requires, that go beyond what we think identity means, that demonstrate through botanical example that being is more fluid than we pretend, that existence is more malleable than we acknowledge, that the boundaries between species are not walls, but membranes, not barriers, but thresholds, not separations, but temporary distinctions that life itself can cross, can violate, can ignore when transformation serves purpose, when change facilitates growth, when becoming something else is the only way to continue being at all. The gardens grew, continued growing. Whitmore returned to them daily, watched them change, attempted to track the patterns, tried to perceive the grammar, worked to understand what was being said through stems and petals and leaves that transformed, that shifted, that wrote their messages in morphology that would not stay still, in forms that were always changing, in the botanical equivalent of language, where words themselves evolved as you read them, where sentences restructured themselves between the beginning and the end, where the act of reading changed what was written because observation itself was part of the system, was part of the message, was incorporated into the grammar of gardens that required watchers, that needed readers, that only completed their meaning when consciousness attended to them, when awareness engaged with them, when people stood in them and watched them grow and change, and recognized that they were witnessing not just gardening, but communication, not just cultivation, but composition, not just growing, but writing in the medium that this civilization understood was superior to stone, was more flexible than ink, was capable of expressing what static text could never express, the truth that nothing stays itself, that everything transforms, that identity is fluid and form is temporary, and what we are today, we will not be tomorrow. And that's not tragedy. That's not loss. That's not death, but is simply life doing what life does, which is change, grow, transform, become different while remaining recognizably itself, in the way that these gardens remained gardens while becoming different gardens, while expressing different meanings, while writing different texts that required time to read, required patience to comprehend, required acceptance that understanding would take not minutes, but years, not study, but immersion, not single encounter, but long relationship with plants that were also words, flowers that were also sentences, gardens that were also books that rewrote themselves constantly, that composed new meanings daily, that produced messages that were never the same twice, that transformed as readers transformed, that grew as understanding grew, that demonstrated through their patient, persistent blooming in the desert that supported no life, through their flourishing in conditions that should kill them, through their transformation of species that should be fixed, that life is more mysterious than we acknowledge, that growth is more miraculous than we recognize, that the gardens here were not impossibility, but were demonstration of what's actually possible when you understand life not as category, but as capacity, not as fixed state, but as continuous transformation, not as being, but as becoming, in gardens that write themselves new every day, that rewrite themselves every season, that have been composing their slow, patient messages for 3,000 years, while no one read them, while no one tended them, while they grew without water, and transformed without reason and bloomed without purpose, except the purpose. All beautiful things have which is simply to be beautiful, to persist, to insist through their impossible presence that life finds ways, that growth continues, that gardens can exist in deserts if the gardens are determined enough, are mysterious enough, are magical enough to refuse the limits that logic imposes, that reason demands, that science insists must be respected, must be obeyed, must constrain what's possible, unless you're a garden in a city that vanished, unless you're plants in a civilization that disappeared, unless you're flowers that have been writing messages for millennia in language no one can read, in grammar no one can parse, in botanical syntax that transforms too quickly to translate, that changes too constantly to capture, that writes itself new before anyone can finish reading what it wrote, making the message not any single configuration, but the transformation itself, not any particular arrangement, but the constant rearrangement, not what the garden says today, but what it demonstrates through its persistent changing, which is simply this: nothing stays, everything transforms, and the language written in flowers is the language of change itself, of growth itself, of life itself, which is never static, never fixed, never permanent, but is always flowing, always becoming, always writing itself new in gardens that refuse to be read, that insist on being experienced, that teach through transformation what static text could never teach, that meaning itself is alive, is growing, is changing every moment in the gardens that bloom without water in the city that vanished without reason, in the place where flowers still write their patient messages that no one reads, that everyone sees, that continue their composition in the desert where nothing should grow, but where everything grows nonetheless, because growth is what life does, because blooming is what flowers do, because writing is what language does, even when no one is reading, even when understanding is impossible, even when the message that's being written is simply the writing itself, the act of composition, the ongoing patient work of being alive and being beautiful and being impossibly present in gardens that should not exist, but which do exist, which do bloom, which do write their slow, mysterious sentences in the city that memory forgot, in the civilization that disappeared without a trace, except for these gardens, these flowers, these plants that continue their patient linguistics in the language that only time can read, that only seasons can translate, that only centuries can understand in the gardens where language is written in flowers, where flowers are written in change, where change is the only permanent thing in a world where permanence is illusion, where fixity is fiction, where the only truth is transformation. And the gardens prove it, demonstrate it, write it in stems and petals and leaves that will not stay themselves, that refuse identity, that insist through their constant becoming that being is not something you are, but something you do, continuously, eternally, in gardens that have been doing it for 3,000 years, and show no signs of stopping, no signs of ending, no signs of anything except the endless patient work of being alive and being language simultaneously in the place where words are plants and plants are transformation, and transformation is the message that the civilization left behind when they vanished, when they disappeared, when they ceased being present in forms we could measure and became instead what the gardens are constantly changing, endlessly transforming, impossibly alive in the desert that should kill them, but which instead holds them, preserves them, makes possible their continuing existence in the city where flowers write, where gardens speak, where language grows, in the city's central temple, a structure larger than the others, more elaborate in its carving, positioned at the exact geometric center of the urban plan. Whitmore found a hall unlike anything he had encountered before. It is said that mirrors show truth, that reflection is honest, is accurate, is the unbiased representation of what stands before the reflective surface, that mirrors cannot lie, cannot distort, cannot show anything except what is actually there, actually present, actually occupying the space that the mirror captures and returns to the viewer's eyes. But the mirrors in this hall showed something different, showed something impossible, showed not the present, but the past, not what was, but what had been, not the empty temple where Whitmore stood, but the populated temple as it had existed before the vanishing, before the disappearance, before the moment when everyone left, and the city became empty preservation rather than living habitation. The hall was long, perhaps 50 meters. The walls on both sides were polished obsidian volcanic glass, ground so smooth that it achieved reflectivity, that became mirror-like despite being stone rather than silvered glass, despite being ancient rather than modern, despite being carved from natural material rather than manufactured through processes that create the perfect mirrors that modern technology produces. Whitmore entered the hall alone. His team was elsewhere in the city, documenting other structures, cataloging other mysteries. He walked slowly, his boots creating echoes that the hall amplified, that made each footstep sound multiple, made his presence seem like many presences, made him feel less alone than he actually was in this space that should be empty, that should contain nothing except himself and the stone walls and the silence that empty places hold. But as he walked, as he passed the obsidian surfaces, he saw movement in the periphery of his vision, saw figures reflected in the dark mirror stone, saw people where no people stood. He stopped, turned to face the wall directly, looked at his own reflection, which was there, was normal, showed him as he was. British explorer in desert clothing, face weathered by sun and wind, eyes tired from days of documentation, body showing the strain of working in harsh conditions with inadequate rest. But around his reflection, others, dozens of others, hundreds perhaps, people dressed in clothing that resembled no modern style, that suggested the vanished civilization, that indicated this was not present, but past, not reality, but memory, not what the mirror should show, but what it chose to show, what it preserved, what it held in its dark volcanic surface that apparently recorded not just light, but time, not just appearance, but history, not just the moment of reflection, but all moments, all the accumulated days and years and centuries when people had walked this hall and been reflected. And somehow, through mechanisms that physics could not explain, remained reflected, remained visible, remained present in the obsidian that apparently forgot nothing, that kept everything, that preserved every person who had ever been reflected here in surfaces that were not mirrors in the conventional sense, but were something else, were recording devices perhaps, were time capsules, were windows not into space, but into duration, into the layered past that existed in the same location, that occupied the same hall, but in different moments, in different eras, in the time before the vanishing, when this city was alive, was inhabited, was home to people who walked these streets and looked into these mirrors and became part of what the mirrors held, what they preserved, what they continued to show 3,000 years later when explorers came searching for explanations and found instead only deeper mysteries, only more questions, only evidence that time itself behaved differently here. That past was not gone, but was preserved, was accessible, was visible in mirrors that reflected not just light, but history, not just form, but memory, not just appearance, but the entire accumulation of every appearance that had ever occurred, layered one upon another, all visible simultaneously to anyone who looked carefully enough, who watched long enough, who was willing to accept that mirrors here did not follow the rules that mirrors everywhere else followed, did not show only present, but showed all time at once, compressed into reflection, preserved in obsidian, held in volcanic glass that remembered everything and forgot nothing, and continued showing what it showed regardless of whether what it showed made sense, made physics happy, reality behave according to the comfortable, predictable rules that usually governed reflection, that usually made mirrors safe, made them simple, made them comprehensible as nothing more than surfaces that bounced light back toward its source. These mirrors did something else. Whitmore watched the reflected figures. They moved, walked through the hall, went about their activities, whatever activities people conducted in this space, whatever purposes the mirror hall served in the life of the vanished civilization. Some figures seemed to be in ceremony, wore elaborate clothing, moved in procession. Others were casual, appeared to be visiting, looked into the mirrors as Whitmore looked into them now, creating recursion, creating the image of people looking at reflections of people looking at reflections, creating infinite regression that made Whitmore dizzy, made him uncertain which reflection was which era, which image was his time and which was theirs, which figure was present and which was past, and whether the distinction even mattered when the mirrors showed all time simultaneously, when past and present occupied the same reflection, when the obsidian made no distinction between 3,000 years ago and today, between then and now, between the people who had walked here when the city was alive and the explorer who walked here when the city was empty. But the mirrors were full, were populated, were crowded with figures who could not possibly be there, but who were there nonetheless, were visible, were real in whatever sense reflections are real, in whatever way that images have presence, have substance, have reality that is not material, but is nonetheless undeniable. Whitmore attempted to photograph what he saw, set up his camera, pointed it at the obsidian walls, captured images that should show the reflected figures, that should document the impossible phenomenon, that should provide evidence that he was not imagining this, was not hallucinating, was not experiencing some artifact of exhaustion or desert sun, or the particular madness that sometimes claims explorers who spend too long in harsh environments with insufficient rest and too much wonder. But when the photographs were developed weeks later, after the expedition had ended, after Whitmore had returned to civilization and processed his documentation, the mirrors in the photographs were empty, showed only his reflection, showed only the hall as it was, deserted, silent, containing nothing except stone and the explorer who stood photographing what he saw. But what the camera did not see, what technology could not capture, what required human eyes to perceive and human consciousness to accept as possible, even when it should not be possible, even when physics insisted that mirrors cannot preserve past, cannot show what is not present, cannot display figures that do not currently occupy the space being reflected. Yet Whitmore had seen them, was certain of it, described them in his journals with such detail that doubt became difficult. Dismissal became impossible. The conclusion became unavoidable. Either he was lying, which nothing in his character suggested, which his reputation as careful, methodical scientist contradicted, or the mirrors in the vanished city showed past, showed memory, showed time in ways that our mirrors do not show it, that our understanding does not accommodate, that our physics does not permit, but which nonetheless occurred, which nonetheless happened, which Whitmore witnessed even if he could not prove it, even if his photographs showed nothing, even if the only evidence was his testimony, and the profound sincerity with which he insisted. The mirrors reflected yesterday, reflected all the yesterdays, reflected every moment that had occurred in this hall since the hall was built, and the obsidian was polished, and the first person looked into it and became part of what it held, what it kept, what it continued to show thousands of years later when the city was empty, but the mirrors were full, were crowded, were populated with all the people who had ever been reflected here, all of them visible simultaneously, all of them present in the strange, timeless space that existed in volcanic glass, that apparently did not understand that reflections should be temporary, should be momentary, should exist only as long as the subject stands before the mirror, and should vanish when the subject departs, should leave no trace, should be gone as completely as breath is gone when it is exhaled, as sound is gone when it stops being produced, as all temporary things are gone when their moment passes, and time moves on, and nothing remains except memory, except here, where mirrors were memory, where reflection was permanent, where what should be temporary became eternal through some quality of obsidian, some property of volcanic glass, some characteristic that this civilization understood and used to create hall where past persisted, where time accumulated, where every moment remained visible forever to anyone who looked, who was willing to see, who could accept that mirrors here did not follow rules, did not obey physics, did not limit themselves to showing only present, but showed everything, showed all time, showed the entire history of the hall compressed into reflection that was simultaneously record and window, simultaneously preservation and access, simultaneously storage and display of all the people who had walked here, all the moments that had occurred here, all the history that this hall had witnessed preserved in mirrors that would not forget, that could not forget, that held time as carefully as they held light, that made past visible, made history present, made yesterday available to anyone who stood in the hall today and looked into obsidian that showed not just their face, but all faces, not just their moment, but all moments, not just their reflection, but all reflections layered together, visible together, existing together in the impossible mirrors that Whitmore found and documented, and could not explain, could not understand, could only witness and report and insist were real despite the photographs that showed nothing, despite the evidence that did not support his claims, despite the reasonable skepticism that his testimony provoked among colleagues who had not been there, who had not seen, who had not stood in the hall of mirrors and watched past and present occupy the same reflection, the same surface, the same impossible space in volcanic glass that preserved time as completely as it preserved images, that kept history as faithfully as it kept light, that made the vanished civilization visible again to anyone who visited their city and looked into their mirrors and saw them there, still walking, still reflected, still present in the obsidian that held them when flesh could not, that kept them when death took them, that made them permanent when everything else about them dissolved, disappeared, vanished without trace, except for what the mirrors kept, what they held, what they refused to release, even though 3,000 years had passed, even though the people reflected were dead, were gone, were no longer present in any physical sense, but were present still in reflection, in memory, in the volcanic glass that apparently loved them enough to keep them forever, to preserve them completely, to make them visible to anyone who looked, who was willing to see, who understood that mirrors in this city did not show truth about present, but showed truth about past, showed the deeper truth that what has been does not cease being, does not dissolve completely, does not vanish without trace, but leaves marks, leaves images, leaves reflections in obsidian that holds what it holds and will not let go, will not forget, will not stop showing what it shows in the hall where mirrors reflect yesterday, where glass preserves time, where the vanished civilization remains visible, remains present, remains reflected in surfaces that prove disappearance is not the same as gone. Absence is not the same as nothing. And the people who left this city without trace left at least one, trace their reflections in mirrors that will not fade, will not dim, will not cease showing them walking through the hall where past lives, where history persists, where time itself is visible in obsidian that reflects not just light, but all the light that has ever touched it, not just images, but all the images it has ever held, not just present, but all the past preserved in volcanic glass that apparently knows something we don't know about time, about memory, about how to keep what matters, how to preserve what we love, how to make permanent what should be temporary in the mirrors that reflect yesterday, that show the vanished, that keep visible what should be invisible, proving through their impossible preservation that some things last, some things remain, some things refuse to be forgotten, even when everything else about them disappears, even when their bodies dissolve, even when their city empties, even when their entire civilization vanishes without trace, except for the reflections they left behind, the images they cast, the moments they spent in the hall of mirrors that loved them enough to keep them forever in obsidian that holds time, that preserves history, that makes the past visible to anyone willing to look, willing to see, willing to accept that mirrors here show not truth about now, but truth about then, not reality about present, but memory about past, not what is, but what was, and what continues to be in reflection, in preservation, in the volcanic glass that holds the vanished civilization's faces, their forms, their presence in the hall where Whitmore walked and saw them, and could not prove it, but knew nonetheless. They were there, are there, will always be there in mirrors that reflect yesterday, in obsidian that forgets nothing, in volcanic glass that keeps faith with the past by refusing to let it go, by holding it visible, by making it present in the hall where time persists, where history lives, where the mysterious civilization that disappeared without trace left at least this trace their reflections in mirrors that will not fade, their images in glass that will not forget, their presence in obsidian that holds them still, keeps them still, shows them still to anyone who visits the empty city and walks through the temple and enters the hall and looks into mirrors that do not show what mirrors should show, but show, instead, what this civilization wanted preserved, wanted remembered, wanted to remain visible even after they were gone, even after they had vanished, even after they had become the mysterious civilization that disappeared without trace, except for the reflections they left behind in mirrors that remember everything, that forget nothing, that show the past as clearly as present, that make visible what should be invisible, that preserve in volcanic glass what could not be preserved in flesh, in the hall where time lives, where history stays, where the vanished remain reflected forever in obsidian that loved them enough to keep them when everything else let them go. Throughout the city, Whitmore and his team found wells, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They never completed an accurate count because new wells kept appearing as they cleared sand from different sections, as they uncovered different quarters, as they extended their survey into areas that had been completely buried, completely hidden, completely unknown, until excavation revealed them, and revealed the wells that waited there, that had always been there, that had been whispering their names into darkness for 3,000 years, whether anyone heard them or not. It is said that wells serve practical purposes, that they access groundwater, that they provide drinking water for cities, that they are infrastructure rather than art, utility rather than ceremony, functional rather than symbolic. A well is a hole in the ground that reaches water table, that allows people to draw from aquifer, that makes settlement possible in places where surface water is scarce, where rain is insufficient, where life depends on accessing moisture that hides beneath the surface, that waits in underground reservoirs, that can sustain populations if only someone digs deep enough to reach it. But these wells held no water, or held water so far down that drawing it would require impossible effort, would need technology that the vanished civilization should not have possessed, would demand engineering that modern equipment would struggle to achieve. The wells descended into darkness, into depths that Whitmore's team measured by dropping weighted lines, by lowering lamps, by using every method available to determine how far down they went. Most went beyond measurement. The lines ran out before reaching bottom. The lamp's light faded before illuminating any conclusion. The wells descended past the depth that hand digging could achieve, past the point that ancient tools could excavate, past the reasonable limit of what wells should be, continuing into darkness that suggested not practical purpose, but symbolic purpose, not water source, but something else, some other function that required not shallow, convenient depth, but profound, inconvenient depth, depth that served not utility, but meaning, not function, but ceremony, not the work of living, but the work of remembering, of preserving, of keeping names the way that wells kept water, holding them in darkness, protecting them in depth, making them accessible only to those willing to lean over the edge and listen to what came up from below, to what rose from the profound depths where names were stored, where identities were kept, where the vanished civilization preserved what mattered most about its people, not their bodies, not their possessions, not even their deeds, but simply their names, their identities, the words that said, "This person existed, this person mattered, this person deserves to be remembered even though their flesh has dissolved, even though their bones have returned to dust, even though everything physical about them has gone wherever physical things go when they cease being physical, but the name remains, rises from wells, speaks itself into air that carries it to ears that hear it, that receive it, that acknowledge. You were here, you mattered. Your name continues even when you do not." The first time Whitmore heard the voices, he thought he was imagining them, thought the sound was wind moving across the well's opening, creating acoustic effects, producing tones that resembled speech without being speech, that sounded like words without actually being words. He dismissed it, moved on, continued his documentation of other features, other structures, other mysteries that the city presented with such abundance that focusing on any single one seemed wasteful when so much demanded attention, when so much required cataloging, when the 6 months he had here were already insufficient to document everything, already too brief to fully explore what the city contained. But he kept hearing them, at different wells, in different parts of the city. Always the same phenomenon. Lean over the edge, look down into darkness, and hear whispers rising from below. Faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. Voices speaking. Not conversation, no dialogue, no exchange, just names, recited, called out, spoken into the vertical shaft that carried them upward, that amplified them perhaps, that created acoustic properties, that made the barely audible become just barely perceptible, that made the impossible to hear become the edge of hearing, the threshold of perception, where sound meets consciousness and becomes word, becomes meaning, becomes message, even when the message should not exist. Even when physics says that wells do not speak, that depth is silent, that darkness produces no sound except the echo of sound made elsewhere, made by sources that actually exist, actually make noise, actually create the vibrations that travel through air and strike eardrums and become the experience of hearing. But these wells spoke without source, produced voices without speakers, generated names without anyone present to speak them. The voices came from the wells themselves, from the depths, from the darkness that apparently held not just absence of light, but presence of sound, presence of speech, presence of names that continued being spoken long after the people who bore those names had ceased speaking, had ceased existing in forms that could speak, had dissolved into whatever dissolution takes people when they vanish without leaving bodies, without leaving bones, without leaving any physical trace except empty cities and wells that whisper their names into darkness, into depth, into the permanent memorial that these shafts apparently served as, apparently functioned as, apparently existed for not to provide water, but to provide memory, not to access aquifer, but to access the accumulated list of everyone who had lived here, everyone who had mattered, everyone whose identity deserved preservation, even when their flesh did not, even when their bones could not be kept, even when everything physical about them returned to elements. But the name could be kept, could be preserved, could continue being spoken in wells that served as mouth, as voice, as the persistent pronunciation of identities that refused to be forgotten, even when everything else about the people was forgotten, was lost, was gone beyond recovery, except for this. The name rising from darkness, the identity emerging from depth, the word that says, I existed, I mattered, remember me. Whitmore's team attempted to record the voices, lowered microphones into the wells, used the best equipment available in 1891, which was primitive by modern standards, but was sophisticated for its era, was capable of capturing sound and preserving it on wax cylinders that could be played back, that could provide evidence that what they heard was real, was actual, was phenomenon that technology could confirm even if technology could not explain. But the recordings captured nothing. The wax cylinders played back only silence, or not quite silence, ambient sound, wind, the rustling of equipment, the breathing of team members standing near the microphones. But no voices, no names, no evidence that Wells spoke, that depth whispered, that names rose from darkness on currents of sound that ears could hear, but technology could not capture, that required human consciousness to perceive, that existed in the territory between objective reality and subjective experience, that were real enough to be heard by multiple observers simultaneously, but were not real in the way that recordable sound is real, were not physical vibrations that microphones could detect and wax could preserve, but were something else, were sound of different kind, were voices that spoke directly to consciousness without requiring the medium of air, without needing the mechanical process of vibration and eardrum and auditory nerve, without following the normal pathways that sound follows when it travels from source to listener. These voices took a different path, went directly from well to awareness, bypassed ears, required no air, no vibration, no physical medium, existed as pure perception, pure experience, pure knowing that this sound is occurring even though no instruments confirm it, even though recording equipment proves nothing, even though every objective test suggests that the wells are silent when subjective experience insists they speak, they whisper, they call out names with such persistence, such dedication, such absolute refusal to be silent that eventually you stop questioning whether you're really hearing them and start simply listening. Start receiving what they offer. Start acknowledging the names as they rise from hundreds of wells, thousands of names, the entire population of the vanished city speaking itself into existence, one identity at a time, one name at a time, one patient whispered word at a time from depths that hold them. Preserve them. Keep them accessible to anyone willing to lean over and listen to what wells have always done, which is hold what is precious, protect what matters, keep safe what should not be lost, even when everything else is lost, even when the city empties, even when the civilization vanishes, even when nothing remains except names in wells, identities in darkness. The whispered memorial that continues its recitation, whether anyone hears it or not, whether anyone acknowledges it or not, whether anyone accepts that wells can speak and names can persist, and memory can outlast matter in the deep shafts that apparently loved their people enough to keep them this way, to preserve them this way, to make them permanent through the simple ongoing work of speaking their names, of calling their identities, of refusing to let them be forgotten, even when forgetting claimed everything else, even when erasure was so complete that not even bones remained. Nothing remained except names rising from wells that will not stop speaking, will not stop remembering, will not stop performing the sacred duty of memorial in the only way that mattered to this civilization, not through monuments, not through statues, not through carved testaments or written records, but through voice, through speaking, through the ongoing pronunciation of every name that ever mattered to this city, to this people, to this mysterious civilization that vanished without trace, except for the traces they left in wells that continue their patient recitation in darkness, in depth, in the acoustic architecture that was designed not for water, but for memory, not for utility, but for preservation, not for serving the living, but for honoring the dead, or the vanished, or the transformed, or whatever category describes people who are gone, but whose names remain, whose identities persist, whose presence continues in the form of whispers, rising from shafts that descend beyond measurement, that go down past any reasonable depth, that reach towards some ultimate bottom where names are stored, where identities are kept, where the civilization's precious list of everyone who mattered is maintained in the permanent archive that wells create when they serve not bodies, but consciousness, not thirst, but memory, not the need for water, but the deeper need for remembering, for keeping, for refusing to let beloved names dissolve into the silence that claims all speech eventually, that ends all voices eventually, unless you build wells, unless you dig shafts, unless you create acoustic architecture that allows names to rise, that makes whispers audible, that turns darkness into voice, and voice into memorial, and memorial into the eternal ongoing recitation that these wells maintain, that they preserve, that they will continue performing forever, or until the city itself dissolves, until the wells themselves collapse, until the shafts fill with sand, and the names can no longer rise, and the memorial ends, not because anyone chose to end it, but because physics finally claims what physics should have claimed 3,000 years ago when the people vanished, and should have taken their names with them, but didn't, left them instead in wells that held them, kept them, preserved them still in the city where hundreds of shafts whisper identities, where thousands of names rise from darkness, where the vanished civilization remains present in the only form that apparently mattered to them, not as bodies, not as bones, but as names spoken into air that carries them to anyone willing to listen, to anyone patient enough to lean over wells and hear what rises, what persists, what continues its patient, whispered recitation of everyone who lived here, everyone who mattered, everyone whose name deserved to be kept even when everything else about them was gone, was lost, was vanished without trace, except for this trace, this whisper, this name, this identity rising from wells that loved them enough to keep speaking them, to keep calling them, to keep them present in the only way that wells know how to keep things, which is through holding, through protecting, through the deep, safe darkness where precious things go to be preserved, where names go to remain names, where the vanished civilizations most important possession the list of everyone who continues to exist in shafts that speak, that whisper, that call out identities to anyone who listens, who hears, who receives what the wells offer, which is simply this: proof that they were here, that they mattered, that their names continue even when they do not, in the wells that whisper names, that speak identities, that preserve memory in darkness, that will not forget, will not be silent, will not stop its patient recitation in the city where water was less precious than names, where the practical purpose of wells was abandoned in favor of the sacred purpose of memorial, where hundreds of shafts descend into darkness not to access aquifer, but to access the deep place where names are stored, where identities are kept, where the civilization placed what it valued most when it vanished, when it disappeared, when it left everything physical behind, but took one thing with it, took names, took identities, took the precious list of everyone who mattered, and left it in wells that would keep them, would speak them, would whisper them forever in the city that has no water, but has something more important, has names rising from darkness, has identities emerging from depth, has the whispered memorial that will not end, will not stop, will not be silent as long as wells remain, as long as shafts continue, as long as darkness holds what darkness holds in the deep places where names go to be remembered, to be spoken, to be kept alive through the ongoing patient work of wells that whisper, that speak, that preserve in the only way they know how, through voice rising from depth, through names emerging from darkness, through the memorial that continues, that persists, that will outlast even the city itself, because names don't need stone, don't need architecture, don't need anything except voice and darkness, and wells that refuse to be silent, refuse to forget, refuse to stop speaking the names of everyone who vanished, everyone who disappeared, everyone who left no trace except the trace they left in wells that loved them, that kept them, that speak them still, in what Whitmore's team identified as an observatory, a domed structure with openings aligned to celestial positions, with instruments for measuring angles and tracking stars, with the architectural signatures of places built for watching sky. They found mechanisms that defied understanding. It is said that clocks measure forward, that time flows from past toward future, that every second is accumulation, every minute is addition, every hour increases the total of elapsed time since some arbitrary beginning, since midnight, since birth, since creation, depending on what the clock purports to measure, what duration it tracks, what span it quantifies through the patient work of gears and springs, and the regulated movements that turn measurement of something invisible and philosophical into something visible and practical, into the ticking that everyone recognizes as time passing, as moments accumulating, as the universe moving from what was toward what will be through the present that exists for only an instant before becoming past, before joining the accumulated duration that clocks record through their forward motion, their increase, their patient addition of now to all the nows that came before. But these clocks ran backwards, counted down rather than up, turned in directions that should not be possible, that violated the basic principle of clockwork, that suggested either malfunction or intention. Either the mechanisms were broken, or they were built this way deliberately, were designed to measure time in reverse, were created to track not accumulation, but depletion, not increase, but decrease, not the growing total of elapsed duration, but the shrinking remainder of time left until something, until some moment, until some destination that the backwards counting marked approach to rather than distance from. The mechanisms were beautiful. Bronze gears precisely cut, crystal weights suspended on chains, all of it corroded by time, but still recognizable, still showing the elegance of their design, still testifying to sophisticated understanding of mechanics, of ratios, of the mathematical relationships that make clockwork possible, that allow simple rotational motion to be transformed into accurate time measurement through the careful arrangement of gears in proper proportions, with proper tooth counts, with proper ratios between different rotating elements. But every ratio was reversed. Every gear turned the wrong way. Every weight pulled in the direction opposite to what gravity should demand, as if the mechanisms operated according to different physics, different laws, different understanding of how cause and effect work, how time flows, how duration should be measured when you're not measuring time as humans typically measure it from beginning toward end, but as this civilization apparently measured it from end toward beginning, from destination toward origin, from the moment they were approaching backward through all the moments that led to it, counting down, decreasing, moving toward zero, or toward whatever came after zero in a system where time could go negative, could run past its endpoint, could continue counting even after reaching the number that should be final, should be terminus, should be the moment when counting stops, because there is nothing beyond this number, nothing after this end, nothing except cessation itself. Whitmore spent days studying the mechanisms, made drawings, measured gears, attempted to determine what the clocks were measuring, what units they used, what numbers they counted in their backwards progression. The mechanisms were too corroded to function. The gears had frozen. The crystals had developed fractures that made them useless as weights. But the design remained clear. The intention was evident. These were not broken clocks running backwards accidentally. These were clocks built to run backwards deliberately, created to count down, designed to mark the shrinking interval between now and some future moment that the civilization apparently knew was coming, knew was inevitable. New required measurement in the only form that made sense when you're tracking not duration, since beginning, but duration. Until ending, not how long has it been, but how long remains. Not past accumulated, but future depleting. Not time that has passed, but time that is passing. That is running out. That is approaching zero through the patient backwards, counting that these mechanisms performed until they froze, until they stopped, until time itself ended for them, not at zero, but at whatever number they happened to reach when the civilization vanished, when the people left, when the city emptied and the clocks stopped counting, because there was no one left to wind them, no one left to maintain them, no one left to need what they measured, which was apparently the time remaining until something occurred, until some threshold was reached, until some moment arrived that perhaps coincided with the vanishing itself. That perhaps was the vanishing. That perhaps was what the clocks were built to count down to the moment of transformation, the instant of departure, the threshold when staying became leaving, when presence became absence, when the civilization that built these backwards counting clocks reached zero and discovered what zero meant. What came after countdown concluded. What waited at the destination they had been measuring approach to through the years or centuries or millennia, that these mechanisms tracked in reverse through their patient mechanical subtraction of now from the total that remained, through their backwards motion that marked not time flowing, but time depleting, not duration accumulating, but duration diminishing toward the moment when it would run out completely, when the countdown would reach its end, when the clocks would reach zero, and whatever zero meant would occur, would happen, would transform the civilization that built them from present into past, from physical into whatever they became when they vanished, when they disappeared, when they left their clocks frozen at numbers that were not zero, that had not completed their countdown. That suggested the vanishing occurred before the appointed time, before the measured moment, before the clocks could reach their destination and mark with bells or chimes or simple mechanical cessation. The time is now. The moment has arrived. The countdown is complete, and what we were counting down to is here, is present, is the transformation we knew was coming, because we built clocks to measure its approach, because we wanted to know how much time remained, because we needed to track the shrinking interval between now and then, between present and the future that we knew was inevitable, that we knew we were approaching, that we prepared for through the strange practice of building clocks that counted backwards, that measured time as depletion rather than accumulation, that treated duration as something that decreases rather than increases, that approaches zero rather than infinity, that ends rather than continues. That suggests this civilization understood something profound about time, about endings, about the fact that for everything that begins, something also concludes. For everything that increases, something also decreases. For everything that counts up something counts down, and they chose to count down, chose to measure the shrinking rather than the growing, chose to track the ending rather than the beginning through clocks that ran backwards toward the zero that they never reached, that they left frozen at numbers like 4 to 7 or 100 and 12 or 8,600 and 9 to 3 numbers that meant something in their system, that represented days perhaps, or years, or some other unit that measured the time they believed remained before the countdown concluded, before they reached whatever zero meant in their calendar, in their philosophy, in their understanding of time that was sophisticated enough to build mechanical clocks, but strange enough to build them backwards, to make them count down, to use them to measure not duration since creation, but duration until ending, not past accumulated, but future depleting through the mechanisms that Whitmore found frozen, corroded, stopped at numbers that had no context, no meaning, no way to interpret except as evidence that this civilization was expecting something, was preparing for something, was counting down to something that perhaps arrived early, perhaps took them before the clocks said it should, perhaps interrupted the countdown and made them vanish before they reached zero, before they completed what they were measuring, leaving only the clocks with their backwards gears and their frozen mechanisms and their incomplete countdowns as testimony that they knew something was coming. They knew they were approaching something. They built mechanical devices to measure how close they were getting. But whatever they were measuring approach came sooner than expected, or came differently than expected, or came in a form that made the clocks irrelevant, made the countdown unnecessary, made the careful mechanical subtraction of time remaining into exercise that was interrupted before completion, stopped before zero, frozen at numbers that will never decrease further, that will never complete their countdown, that will remain forever incomplete in the observatory where backwards counting clocks measured time, that this civilization understood as something that depletes, something that approaches ending, something that runs toward zero through the patient mechanism of gears turning wrong way, weights pulling wrong direction, entire systems of clockwork operating according to principles that make sense only if you believe time flows backwards, only if you understand duration as something that decreases, only if you measure approach rather than departure, countdown rather than accumulation, the shrinking of what remains rather than the growing of what has passed in the clocks that counted backwards, that marked time in reverse, that treated every moment as subtraction from total rather than addition to total, that suggested this civilization was not moving forward through time, but backward, was not progressing toward future, but regressing toward past, was not accumulating duration, but depleting it through the years or centuries or millennia that their backwards counting clocks measured until the mechanisms froze, until the countdown stopped, until the incomplete numbers became permanent testimony that time here worked differently, meant something different, was understood as something that runs out rather than something that accumulates, was treated as something that ends rather than something that continues, was measured as depletion rather than growth through the beautiful, precise, backwards running mechanisms that will never reach zero, will never complete their countdown, will never finish what they started measuring in the observatory where time ran wrong direction, where clocks violated expectation, where the vanished civilization demonstrated through mechanical means their understanding that time doesn't just flow forward, doesn't just accumulate, doesn't just grow from past toward future, but also flows backward, also depletes, also moves from future toward past if you're counting down, if you're measuring approach, if you're tracking the shrinking interval between now and some destination that you know is coming, that you want to prepare for, that you build backwards counting clocks to mark the approach of even though the clocks will stop before reaching it, even though the countdown will freeze incomplete, even though zero will never arrive because the civilization vanished first, disappeared first, left their measuring devices behind with their incomplete countdowns and their backwards gears, and their testimony that they knew something was ending, was approaching zero, was counting down through time that they measured in reverse, because reverse was the only direction that made sense when you're tracking not beginning, but ending, not origin, but destination, not past, but future approached backwards through the years that remain, through the moments that deplete, through the time that runs towards zero in clocks that count backwards, that measure wrongly, that suggest time itself might flow both directions simultaneously, forward in accumulation and backward in depletion, up in growth and down in countdown, toward future in one sense and toward past in another, in the dual nature of duration that this civilization apparently understood, apparently embraced, apparently built mechanical devices to track through the backwards counting clocks that remain frozen, incomplete, eternal testimony in the observatory where time ran the wrong way, and suggested that maybe wrong is just different, that maybe backwards is just another kind of forward, that maybe counting down is just as valid as counting up when you're trying to measure time, to track time, to understand time that this civilization apparently understood better than we do, deeper than we do, in ways that included both directions, both motions, both the accumulation and the depletion that time involves when you see it completely, when you measure it fully, when you build clocks that count both ways, and this civilization chose the backwards way, chose the countdown, chose to measure depletion through mechanisms that will never reach zero, that will never complete their measurement, that remain forever frozen at incomplete numbers in the city that vanished, in the civilization that disappeared, in the place where time ran backwards toward zero that never came, toward ending that occurred anyway, toward the destination that arrived despite the clocks, saying it wasn't time yet, wasn't zero yet, wasn't the moment that they were counting down to, but which came anyway, came early, came and took them before the backwards counting clocks said it should, leaving only incomplete numbers and frozen gears, and the mystery of what they were measuring, what they were counting down to, what zero would have meant if they had reached it. In the observatory where clocks ran backwards, where time depleted, where the mysterious civilization left their clearest message about endings, about countdowns, about time running out in mechanisms that counted backwards toward zero they never reached, toward destination they never arrived at through measured countdown, toward the ending that came anyway when the clocks froze and the civilization vanished and the backwards counting stopped at numbers that mean nothing to us but meant everything to them, numbers that marked the time remaining in their calendar of depletion, in their measurement of approach, in their countdown to zero that was interrupted, that was left incomplete, that suggests they vanished before their time, before the backwards counting clocks said they should, before zero, before ending, before the moment they were measuring arrived, which means either the clocks were wrong, or the vanishing was early, or time itself betrayed them, ran out faster than they calculated, reached zero before the mechanisms reached zero, ended before the countdown ended in the observatory, where time ran backwards, and suggested that maybe this civilization didn't just vanish, maybe they ran out. Maybe they depleted. Maybe they counted down to nothing, and nothing is where they went, where they ended, where the backwards counting clocks said they were heading all along through the patient mechanical subtraction of time remaining, of moments left, of duration between now and zero, in the city where clocks ran wrong direction, where time meant depletion, where the civilization counted backwards toward ending they never quite reached, toward zero that remained forever incomplete in mechanisms frozen mid-countdown in the observatory where time ran backwards, where clocks defied expectation, where the mysterious civilization left testimony through bronze gears and crystal weights and backwards motion that they knew ending was coming. New time was depleting. New zero approached, even though they never reached it, even though the countdown froze incomplete, even though the backwards counting clocks remain forever pointing to numbers that are not zero, suggesting time ran out before time ran out, suggesting ending came before ending should, suggesting the civilization that built clocks to measure their approach to zero discovered that zero has a way of arriving unexpectedly, of coming early, of reaching you before you reach it, in the city where time counted backwards, where clocks marked depletion, where the vanished left their backwards running mechanisms as testimony to the philosophy of time as something that runs out, that depletes, that counts down toward the zero that we all approach, that we all measure, that comes for everyone eventually, whether the clocks reach it or not, whether the countdown completes or freezes, whether we reach zero or zero reaches us first in the endless backwards count that these clocks marked, that these mechanisms measured, that this civilization understood as the true direction of time, not forward, but back, not up but down, not toward future, but toward ending, toward depletion, toward the zero that waits for everyone, for everything, for all civilizations eventually in the observatory, where clocks counted backwards, where time ran toward ending, where the mysterious civilization left their clearest message, which is simply this: everything counts down, everything depletes, everything approaches zero, no matter how much time you think you have, no matter how carefully you measure what remains, no matter how precisely you track the interval between now and ending through backwards counting clocks that mark the truth that we all know, but prefer not to think about. That time runs out, that duration depletes, that every moment is subtraction from total. Every second brings us closer to zero. Every tick of every clock is countdown, whether the clock acknowledges it or not, whether the mechanism runs backwards or forward, whether we measure time as accumulation or depletion, because both are true. Both are happening. Both are the nature of duration that this civilization understood and marked and measured through their beautiful backwards running clocks in the observatory, where time told truth, where mechanisms marked reality, where the countdown continues even though the clock stopped, even though the civilization vanished, even though zero was never reached. But zero came anyway. Ending came anyway. The depletion they were measuring completed itself, despite the incomplete mechanisms, despite the frozen gears, despite the numbers that never reached zero. But zero reached them. Zero claimed them. Zero took them to wherever zero takes things when countdown completes, when time runs out, when depletion reaches its conclusion in the observatory, where backwards counting clocks mark the truth about time, about endings, about the fact that we're all counting down, whether we acknowledge it or not, whether we measure it or not, whether we build clocks that run backwards to mark it, or pretend that time only goes forward, only accumulates, only grows, when actually it also shrinks, also depletes, also counts backwards toward the zero that waits for everyone, for everything, for all of us in the end. Among the personal belongings left scattered through the houses, the tools and pottery and domestic objects that testified to lives interrupted, Whitmore's team found something that created a particular kind of aching. It is said that children's things carry a special poignancy, that toys speak to innocence, to the time before awareness of mortality, to the pure present-tense existence of childhood, where tomorrow is concept without weight, where endings are abstract, where the whole world is play and discovery, and the accumulation of wonder that happens when consciousness is new, when everything is being seen for the first time, when life itself is the great toy that children explore through the smaller toys they hold. the carved animals and spinning tops and dolls that are simultaneously objects and companions, simultaneously things and beings, simultaneously toys and teachers that show children how to be in the world, how to imagine, how to create stories and relationships and meaning from simple carved wood and painted clay. The toys were everywhere, in houses, in streets, in what appeared to be a school or gathering place for children, a building with small furniture, with murals showing scenes that might be educational or might be purely delightful, with architecture scaled for smaller bodies, for shorter reach, for the particular way that children occupy space differently than adults do, need different proportions, different heights, different considerations in how rooms are arranged and how activities are facilitated. Whitmore collected some of the toys, documented them, photographed them, attempted to catalog what kinds of play this civilization valued, what lessons their toys taught, what values were transmitted through the objects that children held and cherished and learned from during the years when learning happens not through instruction, but through manipulation, through exploration, through the hands-on engagement that makes childhood the time of most rapid development, most profound transformation, most complete absorption of culture and language, and all the accumulated knowledge that a society needs to transmit to its next generation through means that include formal education, but also include this toys, play, the informal curriculum that happens when children are given objects designed to teach through delight, to educate through engagement, to transmit values through the simple act of playing with things that embody those values in their design, in their form, in what they encourage and what they discourage, in what they make possible and what they make difficult. But as the team handled the toys, as they subjected them to the kind of examination that archaeological artifacts receive careful handling, controlled testing, the application of force and stress to determine material properties, durability, construction techniques, they discovered something impossible. The toys could not be broken, could not be damaged, could not be destroyed by any method the team attempted. A carved wooden horse, small enough to fit in a child's hand, detailed enough to show mane and tail, and the delicate legs that horses have, that make them beautiful, but also makes wooden horses fragile, makes carved representations of horses prone to snapping, to breaking at the thin ankles where wood is weakest, where even careful carving cannot prevent the eventual fracture that comes from children playing roughly, from toys being dropped or thrown or subjected to the enthusiastic force that children apply to everything they love, everything they hold, everything they use in their play. But this wooden horse would not break. The team tried, not casually, not in ways that would normally be applied to archaeological artifacts, but scientifically, systematically, applying measured force, increasing pressure, using instruments to create stress that should fracture wood, should snap the delicate legs, should reduce the carved horse to fragments, to splinters, to the broken pieces that wooden toys eventually become when they are used as toys are meant to be used, when they are loved as children love things, when they are subjected to the kind of enthusiastic handling that makes childhood wonderful, but makes toys temporary, makes them vulnerable, makes them destined for the inevitable breaking that time and play and simple physics impose on carved wood and fired clay and all the materials that toys are made from. But the horse would not break. The legs would not snap. The wood showed no stress fractures, no signs of deformation, no evidence that force had any effect whatsoever on its structure, on its integrity, on its capacity to remain whole despite pressure that should shatter it, despite force that should fragment it, despite every physical principle that says wood has limits, has breaking points, has thresholds beyond which structure fails and wholeness becomes fragments, and the toy becomes garbage, becomes broken thing, becomes sad testimony to the fact that nothing lasts, that even beloved objects eventually fail, eventually break, eventually join the accumulation of destroyed things that mark time's passage through our possessions, through our lives, through everything we hold. Other toys showed the same impossible property. A spinning top carved from stone that should chip, should fracture, should show signs of impact when dropped on hard surfaces. But the top was perfect, showed no damage despite being thousands of years old, despite being found lying on stone floors where it had presumably fallen countless times, where children had presumably dropped it in the course of play, where physics should have created chips and cracks, and the gradual degradation that stone suffers when subjected to impact, to force, to the accumulated stress of falling and striking, and being treated as toy rather than as precious artifact requiring careful handling and gentle treatment. The team attempted to chip the top, used tools, applied force, struck it deliberately with materials that should mark stone, should scratch it at minimum, should create visible evidence of impact. But the top remained perfect, showed no marks, revealed no damage, behaved as if it existed in some state beyond normal material properties, beyond the physics that governed other stone, beyond the vulnerability that made all objects subject to degradation, to damage, to the eventual destruction that time imposes on everything made from matter, everything occupying space, everything subject to forces and impacts, and the relentless physics that makes nothing permanent, makes all things temporary, makes even stone eventually crumble, eventually fracture, eventually return to smaller pieces, to fragments, to dust. Dolls showed the same indestructibility. Painted faces that should fade, should wear away, should disappear under the touch of countless small hands. under the kisses of children who loved them, under the handling that dolls receive when they are companions rather than decorations, when they are beings rather than objects, when they participate in the imaginative life of childhood, where dolls have names and personalities and stories that children create for them, that children act out through them, that children use them to explore relationship, emotion, care, all the social learning that happens through doll play, through the practice of nurturing that prepares children for future nurturing, for adulthood, for the care of actual Bobbies rather than toy Bobbies, actual people rather than imagined people. But these dolls showed no wear. The paint was perfect. The features were as clear as the day they were painted. The fabric clothing where dolls had clothing showed no degradation despite 3,000 years, despite exposure to desert conditions, despite everything that should destroy fabric, should rot it, should reduce it to fragments, to threads, to the barely recognizable remnants that textiles become when time has its way with them, when moisture and bacteria and simple chemical breakdown do what they do to organic materials, to plant fibers, to the woven things that humans make from crops and animals, and the patient work of spinning and weaving. But these textiles were intact, were perfect, showed no signs of age, of wear, of degradation, as if the dolls existed outside time, outside the normal processes of decay, outside the physics that made nothing permanent and everything temporary, and all materials subject to the patient work of entropy that reduces order to chaos, reduces structure to randomness, reduces carefully made things to the fragments that await all things eventually, that claim all objects sooner or later, that make preservation difficult and restoration necessary, and museums full of broken things, partial things, fragmentary things that testify to how difficult it is to keep anything intact across centuries, across millennia, across the vast spans of time that separate ancient civilizations from modern archaeologists who seek their remains and find only pieces, only fragments, only the partial broken testimony to what once was whole, was complete, was intact before time had its way. But these toys defied time, refused degradation, maintained their wholeness despite every force that should fragment them, despite every process that should degrade them, despite the 3,000 years that should have reduced them to unrecognizable remnants, but which instead left them perfect, intact, indestructible in ways that suggested either material science that modern technology could not replicate or something else, something that transcended materials entirely, something that made these toys not objects, but something more, something that existed partially outside normal physics, partially beyond the rules that governed other matter, partially in some state where breaking was impossible, where degradation could not occur, where permanence was not aspiration, but was simple fact, was the nature of what these things were, was the category they occupied that was not subject to the limitations that made all other toys temporary, fragile, destined for the breaking that childhood imposes through enthusiastic play, through the rough handling that comes from love rather than carelessness, through the simple reality that children use toys completely, use them without reservation, use them in ways that guarantee eventual damage, eventual breaking, eventual transformation from toy into broken toy, into garbage, into memory of what once was cherished, but now is gone. These toys would never be gone, would never break, would remain forever exactly as they were perfect, intact, whole, indestructible testimony to a civilization that apparently valued childhood enough to create toys that would last not just through childhood, but through everything, through abandonment and burial, and 3,000 years of desert, and the handling of archaeologists, and every test that could be devised to determine what these objects were made from, what properties made them indestructible, what understanding of materials, or what access to techniques allowed the creation of wooden horses that could not snap, stone tops that could not chip, dolls whose painted faces would not fade no matter how many hands touched them, how many years passed, how many forces were applied in attempts to understand what made them special, what made them different, what made them the only indestructible things in a city full of ordinary objects that showed normal wear, normal degradation, normal subjection to the physics that claimed everything except these toys, these special sacred objects that children held, that childhood consecrated, that this civilization apparently believed deserved permanence, that even adult possessions did not deserve, that temples and monuments and architecture might aspire to, but which only children's toys actually achieved the perfect indestructibility that testified to values we can barely comprehend, to priorities so different from our own that they seem alien, seem incomprehensible, seem to speak of civilization that understood childhood differently than we understand it, that valued children's happiness differently than we value it, that believed toys deserved permanence that transcended normal material limitations, that warranted whatever knowledge or technique or understanding was required to make wood unbreakable, to make stone unchippable, to make fabric incorruptible, to give to toys properties that modern material science cannot replicate, cannot explain, cannot understand, except as evidence that this civilization knew something we don't know, understood something we don't understand, had access to techniques we cannot access despite all our technology, despite all our knowledge, despite all our material science, that cannot make a wooden toy that will last 3,000 years without showing any wear, cannot create a painted surface that will not fade despite millennia of exposure, cannot produce textiles that will survive intact through conditions that should destroy them, that should reduce them to fragments, that should make them impossible to find at all, let alone find perfect, complete, unchanged by time, that changes everything, that degrades everything except these toys that remain perfect, remain whole, remain indestructible in the city where children played, and then vanished, leaving their toys behind as testimony that they were here. They mattered. They were valued enough that their toys were made to last forever, even though the children themselves did not last. Disappeared with everyone else, vanished without trace, except these toys that cannot break, cannot be destroyed, cannot be anything except what they are: perfect, permanent testimony to childhood in a civilization that valued children's play enough to make it eternal, to give to toys the permanence that we give to monuments, to treat children's happiness as worthy of preservation that transcends normal limits, that defies normal physics, that creates through methods we cannot understand objects that will last forever, carrying the message that this civilization wanted carried, that these indestructible toys communicate through their simple, persistent wholeness, which is: children matter, childhood matters, play matters enough to make permanent, enough to preserve absolutely, enough to give to toys properties that temples don't have, that monuments don't possess, that only children's things received because children's happiness was apparently the most sacred thing this civilization knew, the most important thing they valued, the thing they wanted to preserve absolutely through the creation of toys that could not break, would not fade, would remain perfect forever as testimony to children who played with them, who loved them, who held them in hands that are gone but whose toys remain, perfect and permanent, in the city where childhood was sacred enough to make eternal through the only means that mattered, through toys that would outlast everything, that would survive when nothing else survived, that would testify forever that children were here, played here, mattered here enough that their toys were made indestructible, were given properties that transcended physics, were created through knowledge we have lost, or never had to make permanent what we treat as temporary, to preserve what we accept as fragile, to give to children's happiness the permanence it deserves, the preservation it warrants, the eternal indestructibility that these toys demonstrate through their simple, absolute refusal to break, to fade, to degrade, to be anything except perfect, permanent testimony to the children who are gone, but whose toys remain, whose play persists through carved wood that will not snap, and painted faces that will not fade, and fabric that will not rot in the city where childhood was valued above everything, where children's toys were made to last forever, where the mysterious civilization that disappeared without trace left one clear trace, left proof that they loved their children enough to give them toys that would never break, would never fade, would never fail, would remain perfect forever in testimony to the children who held them, who played with them, who loved them in the city where toys were sacred, where childhood was eternal, where the only things that were made truly permanent, truly indestructible, truly incapable of breaking, were the things that children held, the carved animals and spinning tops and dolls that remain perfect still, testifying still to values we can barely comprehend, to love we can barely measure, to the priority this civilization placed on children's happiness that was great enough, important enough, sacred enough to warrant the creation of toys that physics cannot break, that time cannot degrade, that will remain perfect forever as long as stone lasts, as long as wood endures, as long as the universe itself continues, carrying forward the message written in their indestructibility, which is simply this: loved our children, we valued their play, we made their toys eternal because childhood is sacred and happiness is precious. And some things, some rare precious things like children's laughter and children's wonder and children's joy in simple carved toys, some things deserve to last forever, deserve preservation absolute, deserve indestructibility that transcends normal limits, transcends ordinary physics, transcends everything except love itself, which is what these toys are made from, what sustains them, what makes them indestructible, not through materials, but through meaning, not through technique, but through devotion, not through science, but through the love that made them sacred, made them special, made them the only truly permanent things in the city that vanished, in the civilization that disappeared, leaving behind only their children's toys to testify that they were here, that they valued what should be valued, that they made permanent what deserved permanence in the toys that cannot break, that will not fade, that remain perfect in the empty city where children once played, where childhood once flourished, where love was great enough to make toys eternal, in what appeared to be a library or archive, a building filled with shelves, with careful organization, with the architectural signatures of places designed for storing knowledge. Whitmore's team found maps. It is said that cartography is documentation, that maps record what is, capture what exists, provide visual representation of actual geography that can be verified, can be visited, can be confirmed through the simple process of going to the place the map indicates and finding it there, finding it as shown, finding that the map corresponds to reality, because reality is what maps are meant to document, what they exist to represent, what gives them value and utility and purpose beyond mere decoration, beyond artistic expression, beyond anything except the practical work of showing where things are, how to reach them, what routes connect them across the geography that humans navigate, that we move through, that we need documented in forms that allow us to plan journeys, to find destinations, to move through space with confidence that we know where we're going, that we can get there, that the map we follow will lead us to actual places rather than to empty spaces where nothing exists except the gap between expectation and reality, between what the map shows and what the world contains. But these maps showed places that did not exist, geography that did not correspond to any known configuration of continents, of coastlines, of mountain ranges and river systems, and the physical features that make maps useful, that make them accurate, that make them reliable guides to the world as it actually is rather than as imagination creates it, as fantasy renders it, as the kind of invented cartography that appears in novels and games and contexts, where geography serves story rather than serving navigation, where maps show what authors create rather than what Earth contains. The maps were beautiful, rendered in inks that had survived 3,000 years, with colors still vivid blues for water, greens for lowlands, browns for mountains. The conventional palette that makes maps readable, that makes elevation and terrain and water versus land immediately comprehensible through color coding, that humans developed early, that persists across cultures, that makes maps from different civilizations nonetheless mutually intelligible, because the visual language of cartography converges on similar solutions, similar choices, similar understanding that certain colors mean certain features regardless of what culture produced the map, what language labels it, what purposes it serves. These maps showed continents, but not the continents that exist. The shapes were wrong. The positions were impossible. The relationships between landmasses bore no resemblance to actual geography, to the configuration of Earth's continents as they currently exist, as they have existed throughout human history, as they appear in satellite photographs and modern surveys, and the accumulated cartographic knowledge that humans have built across centuries of exploration, of measurement, of the patient work of documenting what is actually there versus what legend claimed was there, what rumor suggested existed, what hope or fear or imagination created in the space where knowledge ended and speculation began. But these maps were not speculative, were not approximate, were not the kind of vague fantasy cartography that marks unknown regions with here be dragons or leaves empty spaces labeled as terra incognita, as places yet to be explored, yet to be mapped, yet to be brought into the documented geography that maps represent. These maps were precise, detailed, showed cities and roads, and the careful annotation that suggests actual knowledge, actual documentation, actual cartography based on measurement and survey, and the kind of systematic observation that produces accurate maps, reliable maps, maps that can be trusted to show what they claim to show. But what they showed did not exist. The continents were arranged differently. One map showed land masses joined that should be separated by oceans. Another showed separation where there should be connection. Rivers flowed where no rivers flow. Mountain ranges rose where only flat plains exist. Coastlines curved in shapes that matched no actual shoreline, that corresponded to no actual geography, that were either completely invented or were documentation of Earth as it does not currently exist, as it has not existed in human memory, as it perhaps existed in deep time before plate tectonics rearranged the continents, before mountain building and erosion and the slow, patient geological processes that make Earth's surface different in different eras, different across the millions of years that separate the present from the deep past, when geography was configured differently, when continents occupied different positions, when the map of Earth would look strange to modern eyes because the world itself was strange, was different, was arranged according to the physics of plate movement that was still in process, still rearranging, still working toward the configuration we know, but had not yet reached, was still in earlier form, earlier arrangement, earlier geography, that these maps might document if these maps showed Earth as it was rather than as it is, if they were memory rather than observation, if they recorded deep time rather than present time, if the civilization that made them somehow knew what Earth looked like millions of years ago and documented it with the same precision that modern cartography documents current geography, creating maps of the past as accurate as our maps of the present, but showing world we would not recognize, showing geography that exists nowhere now, showing continents in positions they no longer occupy because plate tectonics has moved them, has rearranged them, has created the modern configuration that replaced whatever earlier configuration these maps might show. But some maps showed geography that never existed at any point in Earth's history, showed continent positions that plate tectonic models could not account for, that geological evidence did not support, that suggested either the maps were fantasy or Earth's history was more complex than geology recognized, included phases of continental drift that left no evidence, created configurations that existed briefly and then dissolved, rearranged into patterns that erased their own history, left no trace except in maps that documented them, that preserved them, that kept visual record of geographies that physics says should not have existed, but which these maps insisted did exist, did occur, did arrange Earth's surface in patterns that made sense to whoever drew these maps, whoever conducted the surveys, whoever had knowledge of geography that was either impossible or was possible in ways we don't understand, in time frames we haven't considered, in versions of Earth's history that include more rearrangement, more complexity, more variation than modern geology allows, than plate tectonics accommodates, than our understanding of how continents move and how quickly, and what configurations they pass through can account for. Other maps showed futures, or appeared to, showed continent positions that matched projections of where plates are moving, where land masses will be in 50 million years, in 100 million years, in the deep future when Africa and Europe have merged, when the Atlantic has closed, when new supercontinents have formed from the patient collision of plates that are moving toward each other now at rates measured in centimeters per year, but which will eventually meet, will collide, will create geographies that do not exist yet, but which these maps showed with the same precision, the same detail, the same certainty that characterized their documentation of geographies that did not currently exist, but which might exist in future, might be the eventual result of movements already in progress, might be where Earth is heading through the slow, inexorable drift of continents across the planet's surface. But how could they know? How could ancient cartographers predict future geography with precision that required understanding of plate tectonics, required ability to calculate rates of movement, and project them forward across millions of years, required knowledge that modern geology only developed in the 20th century, only confirmed through decades of careful measurement and theoretical work, and the patient accumulation of evidence that plates move, that continents drift, that Earth's surface is not permanent, but is fluid across geological timescales, is constantly rearranging through processes that humans cannot perceive directly, but can only infer from evidence, can only confirm through scientific instruments, can only understand through theoretical frameworks that took centuries to develop, that required technological advancement and mathematical sophistication, and the kind of systematic thinking that makes modern science possible. Yet here were maps showing future geography, or maps showing impossible geography, or maps showing geography from other worlds, other Earths, other versions of reality where continents arranged themselves differently, where plates moved according to different physics, where the map of the world was fundamentally different from the map we know, because the world itself was different, was other Earth, parallel Earth, Earth from some alternative timeline where geological history produced different results, created different configurations, made geography that would be alien to us, but was home to whoever drew these maps, whoever lived in the world these maps documented, whoever needed cartography of continents that don't exist here, but exist elsewhere, exist in some other version of reality that this civilization had access to, had knowledge of, had ability to visit or observe, or at minimum to document through maps that showed impossible geography with such precision that impossibility itself became questionable, became uncertain, became something that might be lack of understanding rather than violation of truth, might be limitation of knowledge rather than demonstration of error, might be our ignorance rather than their invention, because these maps were too precise to be fantasy, too detailed to be speculation, too careful to be anything except documentation of actual geography, even though the geography they documented did not exist here, did not exist now, did not exist in any time or place that we can identify, that we can verify, that we can confirm through the normal methods of cartographic validation, which all fail when applied to maps that show nowhere, that document nothing we recognize, that preserve geography of worlds we cannot find, cannot visit, cannot confirm except through the testimony of maps themselves, which insist through their precision, through their detail, through their careful annotation. These places exist. These continents are real. This geography is actual even though you cannot find it. Even though Earth does not currently look like this. Even though no point in documented geological history produced these configurations, these arrangements, these impossible geographies that we mapped anyway because we could see them, could visit them, could document them through whatever means, allowed us to access geography that exists elsewhere, exists elsewhen, exists in versions of Earth that are not this Earth, but are Earth nonetheless. Are worlds that deserve documentation, deserve preservation, deserve maps that show where things are even when where they are is nowhere we can reach, nowhere we can verify, nowhere except in the maps that show them, that preserve them, that keep visual record of impossible places in the library, where cartography documented what cartography always documents what is there, where it is, how to navigate it except here. What is there is geography that doesn't exist. Where it is nowhere we can find. And how to navigate it is mystery that these maps cannot solve because they show destinations without showing how to reach them. Show places without showing how to get there. Show worlds we cannot visit. Geographies we cannot confirm. Continents that exist only in the careful, precise, beautiful documentation of maps that show nowhere. That document nothing we recognize. That preserve knowledge of geography that is impossible or is possible in ways we don't understand. In places we haven't found. In versions of Earth that exist parallel to ours, or existed in deep past, or will exist in deep future, or exist in some category we don't have names for, some relationship to our reality that these maps attempt to document even though documentation fails, because we cannot verify what they show, cannot confirm what they document, cannot do anything except look at beautiful, precise maps of nowhere and wonder, did these places exist? Do they exist? Will they exist? Or are they invention, fantasy, the kind of beautiful, careful lie that cartography can tell when it serves imagination rather than documentation, when it creates rather than records, when it shows what should be rather than what is? But the maps insist on their accuracy, through their precision, through their detail, through the evident care with which they were created. These are not casual sketches, not approximate renderings, not the kind of vague, suggestive cartography that marks uncertain geography. These maps were made by people who knew what they were documenting, who had access to the places they showed, who could survey and measure and create accurate representations because they were there, were present, were in the impossible geographies these maps preserve. We're walking on continents that don't exist here. We're sailing oceans that don't flow here. We're navigating worlds that are not this world, but which deserved maps, deserved documentation, deserved the cartographic preservation that these beautiful, impossible maps provide in the library where knowledge was kept, where documentation was maintained, where the mysterious civilization that vanished preserved their understanding of geography, even though the geography they understood was not the geography we recognize, was not Earth as it exists, was not the world we inhabit, but was some other world, some other configuration, some other version of reality that they documented with the same care that we document our reality, with the same precision that modern cartography applies to actual geography, creating maps that are perfect documentation of perfect impossibility, perfect records of nowhere, perfect guides to worlds we cannot reach except through the maps themselves, which preserve them, which keep them, which make them visible even though we cannot visit them, cannot confirm them, cannot do anything except look at maps of nowhere and understand that somewhere in some version of Earth, in some configuration of continents, in some geography that existed or exists, or will exist or exists, only in maps somewhere. These places are real. These continents are actual. This cartography documents truth, even though the truth it documents is nowhere we can find, nowhere we can verify, nowhere except in the careful, precise, beautiful maps that show impossible geography in the library, beneath the sand, where the vanished civilization kept their knowledge, kept their maps, kept their documentation of worlds that might be memory, or might be prophecy, or might be simply other, might be the geography of elsewhere preserved in maps that will always show nowhere to us, will always document impossible, will always be beautiful, mysterious testimony to cartography that serves not navigation, but preservation, not utility, but memory, not finding, but keeping, preserving, maintaining visual record of geographies that deserved to be remembered even though they were nowhere, even though they would never be found, even though the only place they exist is in maps, is in preservation, is in the careful documentation that this civilization valued enough to create, to protect, to leave behind in the library where maps show nowhere, where cartography documents impossible, where the geography of other worlds, other Earths, other versions of reality is preserved in beautiful, precise maps that we can look at, but cannot use, can admire, but cannot follow, can study, but cannot confirm, except through the faith that precision like this does not serve fantasy, does not document invention, does not waste such care on pure imagination, but documents something, documents, somewhere documents geography that exists even though it exists nowhere we can find, even though the maps that show it are maps of nowhere, maps of impossible, maps of the worlds we cannot reach, but which deserved maps, deserved preservation, deserved the careful, beautiful documentation that remains in the library, where cartography showed truth about geography that cannot be true, that does not exist, that is nowhere except in maps that insist. We were here, we documented this. These places are real even though you cannot find them, even though Earth doesn't look like this, even though these continents exist only in the careful preservation of maps that show nowhere, that document nothing you recognize, that preserve geography of worlds you cannot visit in the library where the impossible is mapped. The impossible is documented. The impossible is preserved in beautiful, precise maps that will always show nowhere, will always be nowhere, will always guide you to places that don't exist except in cartography that loved them enough to map them, to preserve them, to keep them visible in maps that show nowhere, but show it so precisely, so carefully, so beautifully that nowhere becomes somewhere through the simple act of being documented, being preserved, being mapped with such care that impossibility itself becomes doubtful, becomes questionable, becomes maybe just our limitation rather than their invention in the maps that show nowhere, that document impossible, that preserve in the library beneath the sand the geography of worlds we cannot find, cannot reach, cannot visit except through the maps that show them, that keep them, that make nowhere visible, make impossible documented, make the vanished civilization's knowledge of other geographies, other Earths, other worlds permanent in beautiful, precise maps that guide us nowhere, show us nothing we recognize, preserve nothing we can find except the mystery itself, except the question itself, except the wondering that these maps create. Where are these places? When are these geographies? What version of Earth do these maps document? And how did they know about it? How did they see it? How did they create maps of nowhere with such precision that nowhere seems somewhere, seems real, seems like it must exist even though we cannot find it, cannot reach it, cannot do anything except look at maps and wonder where they lead, what they show, why anyone would create such perfect documentation of such impossible geography, unless the geography was somehow real, somehow actual, somehow worth mapping even though the maps would always be maps of nowhere, guides to nothing, documentation of worlds that exist only in the preservation, only in the maps, only in the library where cartography shows what cartography always shows where things are, even when where they are is nowhere, even when the things themselves are impossible, even when the maps themselves are the only evidence that these places existed, that these geographies were real, that somewhere, somehow, the continents arranged themselves as these maps show them, as these maps preserve them, as these maps keep them visible forever in the beautiful, precise documentation of nowhere throughout the city Whitmore noticed something that initially seemed like acoustic coincidence. It is said that architecture creates sound, that buildings shape how noise travels, how voices echo, how music resonates, that the dimensions of rooms and the materials of walls determine acoustic properties that can be predicted, calculated, designed deliberately when architects understand that spaces are not just visual, but also auditory, not just seen, but also heard, not just occupied by bodies, but also filled with sound that the architecture shapes, directs, amplifies, or dampens, according to how carefully the space was designed, how intentionally the acoustic properties were considered, how well the builders understood that human experience of space is as much about hearing as about seeing, as much about how sound behaves as about how light enters. But what Whitmore noticed was different, more specific, more deliberately musical than simple acoustic coincidence would create. Certain stones, when touched, produced tone, not percussion, not the dull thud of impact, but sustained pitch, pure tone, as if the stones were tuned, were designed to produce specific frequencies, were instruments rather than simple building materials, were architecture that doubled as music, that served structural purpose while also serving sonic purpose, that created buildings which were simultaneously shelter and symphony, simultaneously walls and orchestra, simultaneously city and song. He first noticed it in a plaza, stepped on a paving stone and heard a note. Clean, clear, definite pitch that lingered briefly before fading. He paused, stepped on it again. Same note, same duration, same quality of tone that suggested not random acoustic property, but deliberate design, intentional tuning, the creation of stone that would sound when pressure was applied, that would sing when stepped on, that would transform walking into music making, into the kind of ambient composition that occurs when architecture is designed to produce sound, when cities are built to be heard as well as seen, when the simple act of moving through space creates melody because the space itself is melodic, is tuned, is designed to produce music from the ordinary activities of inhabiting it. He explored further, found more musical stones, not randomly distributed, but deliberately placed, creating patterns, paths through the plaza that would produce melodies if walked, that would compose tunes through the simple act of crossing from one side to another, that would make every journey musical, would make every pedestrian a performer, would make the plaza itself an instrument that required human movement to play it, that remained silent unless people walked through it, that made music from the ordinary act of going from here to there, from the daily rhythms of movement through urban space. The stones were tuned to different pitches, created a scale, or created something like a scale. The intervals were not quite what Western music uses, were not the familiar half steps and whole steps that European tradition teaches, were not the pentatonic scales that Asian music favors, or something else, some other division of the octave, some other understanding of which intervals sound pleasing, which combinations create consonance, which progressions create the sense of musical logic that makes melodies feel right, feel complete, feel like they're going somewhere rather than just producing random sequences of pitches that have no relationship, no structure, no musical meaning. But these stones had structure, had relationships, produced melodies when walked in proper sequences. Whitmore spent hours in the plaza, stepping on different stones, documenting which produced which pitches, creating a map not of geography, but of music, not of space, but of sound, showing which stone produced which notes so that the musical structure of the plaza could be understood, could be notated, could be performed deliberately rather than accidentally, could be played as composition rather than just experienced as ambient sound that occurred when people happened to walk across musical stones without knowing they were making music, without intending to compose, without awareness that their footsteps were creating melody that the plaza was designed to produce, that the architecture existed to facilitate, that someone had built into the very fabric of the city because music mattered enough to embed it in stone, to make it unavoidable, to ensure that daily life was musical life, that walking was performing, that the city itself sang through the movements of people who inhabited it. Other spaces showed similar design. A street that produced rhythm when walked stones tuned not to different pitches, but to different timbres, creating percussion rather than melody, drum sounds rather than note sounds, rhythmic structure rather than harmonic structure, the beat that music requires, the pulse that makes music danceable, movable, the temporal organization that transforms sound from random noise into organized composition, into music that has rhythm, has groove, has the structure that makes bodies want to move, that makes music physical, that connects sound to motion in the fundamental way that rhythm does, that has always done, that may be music's most ancient function, not decoration for listening, but motivation for dancing, not intellectual exercise, but physical expression, not art separate from life, but art integrated into life through the simple fact that moving through this street created rhythm, created beat, created the pulse that all music needs, that this civilization embedded in their architecture, in their urban design, in the very stones that people walked on as they went about their daily business, while simultaneously creating music, making rhythm, performing the drum patterns that the street was built to produce through the ordinary act of walking, of moving, of going from one place to another while making music without intending to, without knowing that every step was contributing to composition, to the ambient soundtrack that the city created from the movements of its inhabitants. A building whose walls, when touched in different locations, produced different tones, creating instrument from architecture, making the building itself playable, allowing people to create melodies by running hands across surfaces, by touching stone in sequences, by using the building as they might use a piano or a harp or any traditional instrument, except this instrument was architecture, was shelter, was the building they lived in or worked in or gathered in for purposes that were practical, functional, had nothing to do with music, yet music was there anyway, was embedded in the walls, was available to anyone who touched them, who discovered that buildings could sing, that architecture could be played, that the boundary between structure and instrument was permeable, was crossable, was something this civilization chose not to maintain, because they understood that music belongs everywhere, that buildings should be instruments, that daily life should include the option of making melody. Whenever you touch a wall, whenever you lean against a surface, whenever you interact with architecture that has been designed to produce sound as well as to provide shelter, to create music as well as to define space, to be heard as well as to be seen. The entire city, Whitmore realized, was an instrument, was a massive, complex, polyphonic composition-enabling structure, where every surface had acoustic properties, where every space was tuned, where walking and touching and simply inhabiting created music constantly, created ambient sound environment that was not noise, but was organized, was structured, was musical in ways that suggested the civilization understood something profound about sound, about hearing, about the importance of sonic environment to human well-being, to consciousness, to the quality of daily life that is shaped not just by what we see, but by what we hear, by whether the sounds that surround us are chaotic or organized, are random or structured, are noise or music. And they chose music, chose to build a city that sang, chose to embed melody and rhythm and harmonic structure into the very fabric of urban space, so that living there meant being constantly surrounded by music, by organized sound, by the kind of acoustic environment that affects consciousness, that shapes mood, that influences how people think and feel and interact with each other, because sound is not neutral. Sonic environment is not irrelevant. What we hear shapes what we are in ways we're only beginning to understand, in ways this civilization apparently understood completely, understood well enough to build it into their city, to make it permanent, to create architecture that was simultaneously shelter and instrument, simultaneously practical and artistic, simultaneously functional and musical, because they recognized that these categories don't have to be separate, that buildings can be instruments, that cities can be symphonies, that human spaces can and should be designed to create beautiful sound, as well as to serve utilitarian purposes, because beauty matters, music matters, the quality of sonic environment matters, enough to justify the enormous effort required to tune stones, to design acoustic properties into every surface, to create an entire city that was also an entire instrument that played itself through the movements of inhabitants who walked on musical paving stones and touched musical walls and lived within musical architecture that shaped their sonic environment, that made their daily life musical, that surrounded them constantly with organized sound, with melody and rhythm and harmony that emerged not from deliberate performance, but from simple habitation, from the ordinary activities of living in a city that sang, in architecture that produced music, in spaces that were designed to be heard as carefully as they were designed to be seen. But when Whitmore returned to his camp, when he attempted to record the musical properties of the stones, when he brought equipment to document the tones, they produced nothing. The stones were silent, would not sing for microphones, would not produce tones when struck by mechanical means, would only create music when touched by human hands, when pressed by human feet, when engaged with by human consciousness that somehow activated them, that somehow completed the circuit, that somehow made the stones remember that they were instruments, that they were tuned, that they existed to produce music, but would only produce it for human interaction, for conscious engagement, for the relationship between stone and person that made music possible in ways that technology could not replicate, that instruments could not capture, that required human presence, not just as source of mechanical force, but as partner in music making, as co-creator of sound that emerged not from stone alone and not from human alone, but from the interaction between them, from the touching, from the engagement that made the city's music possible, that made the architecture sing. The stones remembered music, held it somehow, preserved it across 3,000 years of silence, were waiting for someone to touch them again, to walk on them again, to activate them again, and discover that the city still sang, still produced music, still created melody and rhythm from the simple act of human presence, human movement, human engagement with architecture that loved music enough to become music, to be music, to produce music from the ordinary activities of living for anyone who inhabited it, for the civilization that built it, and then vanished, leaving their musical stones behind, still waiting to sing, still capable of singing, still ready to produce the melodies they were tuned to produce, if only someone would walk on them, would touch them, would engage with them in the ways that make stones sing, that make architecture musical, that make cities produce the ambient soundscapes that this civilization valued enough to build into the very foundation of their urban design, into every street and wall and paving stone, because music mattered, sonic environment mattered, the quality of daily sound mattered enough to justify creating an entire city that was also an entire instrument waiting to be played by anyone who lived there, by everyone who moved through it, by the civilization that vanished, leaving only their musical architecture behind in the city that still sings when touched, that still produces music when walked upon, that still remembers how to be instrument even though the musicians are gone. The civilization has vanished. The city is empty except for the stones that wait to sing, that remember music, that hold tones they were tuned to hold 3,000 years ago, and which they will hold forever, waiting for hands to touch them, for feet to walk on them, for human presence to activate them again, and make the city sing its silent song, make the stones produce their remembered music, make the architecture become instrument one more time in the city where music was built into everything, where sound was designed as carefully as space, where the mysterious civilization that disappeared left behind their greatest achievement, which was not temples or monuments, but was the musical city itself, the place where every surface sang, where every stone was tuned, where architecture and music were not separate categories, but were unified in the beautiful sonic environment they created, that they made possible, that they left behind for anyone who would touch the stones and discover that cities can sing, that architecture can be music, that the vanished civilization understood sound in ways we're only beginning to grasp, built music in ways we cannot replicate, created sonic environment that persists through their musical stones that remember, that hold their tones, that wait to sing in the city that will be silent until someone walks on it again, touches it again, activates the music that is waiting in the stones, in the architecture, in the city that the mysterious civilization built to sing, and which is singing still, is musical still, is waiting still to be played by anyone willing to touch the stones and discover what music they hold, what melodies they remember, what songs they sing in the city where architecture is instrument, where buildings are music, where the vanished civilization left their most beautiful creation, a city that sings, that remembers music, that holds in its stones the tones it was tuned to hold, waiting for the hands and feet of people who will never come, people who vanished, people who left their musical architecture behind to sing its patient song in the empty city where stones remember music and produce it still for anyone who listens, who touches, who discovers that the greatest mystery is not where they went, but what they left, a city that sings, stones that remember, architecture that is music waiting to be played in the silence of the desert, where the musical city waits, where the singing stones rest, where the vanished civilization's greatest gift continues to hold its tones, to remember its melodies, to be ready to sing in the city that loved music enough to become music, to be music, to exist as permanent instrument in the desert that keeps it, preserves it, allows it to wait in silence for the hands and feet that will make it sing again, that will activate the music that is waiting in the stones, in the streets, in the architecture of the city that the mysterious civilization built to sing, and which sings still, will always sing, is singing now in the silence that is not silence, but is music waiting, tones waiting, melodies waiting in stones that remember, in the city that loved music enough to become it, to be it, to sing it still. Throughout the kingdom's ruins, scattered across what were once plazas and temples, and the gathered spaces where people came together, certain stones produce sound when touched. It is said that architecture is frozen music, that buildings have rhythm, that proportions create harmony, that the relationships between height and width and depth follow mathematical ratios that are fundamentally musical, that make structures pleasing to the eye because they follow the same patterns that make sounds pleasing to the ear, the golden ratio, appearing in both beautiful facades and beautiful melodies. Geometry and music being expressions of the same underlying mathematics, the same fundamental patterns that govern how forms can be arranged to create beauty, to create meaning, to create the sense that what you're experiencing is right, is proper, is aligned with some deep truth about proportion and relationship, and the way elements should fit together. But these stones take the metaphor literally, are not frozen music, but actual music, are not architecture that resembles harmony, but architecture that produces harmony, that creates actual sound when touched, when pressed, when engaged with in the way that instruments are engaged with through physical contact, through deliberate interaction, through the understanding that certain materials respond to touch by vibrating, by resonating, by producing tones that are not random, but are precise, are intentional, are the notes that the stone was shaped to produce through careful carving, through precise dimensioning, through the understanding of how form determines sound, how shape creates tone, how you can make stone sing if you carve it correctly, if you tune it properly, if you treat it not as building material, but as musical instrument, as component in an orchestra that is also a city, that is also a kingdom, that is also the physical manifestation of a civilization's understanding that life should be musical, that space should be harmonic, that the places where people live and gather and worship should produce beauty not just for eyes, but for ears, should create not just visual harmony, but auditory harmony, should be simultaneously architecture and symphony. The first explorer to notice the phenomenon thought he was imagining it, thought the sound he heard when he brushed against a fallen column was wind, was echo, was some acoustic trick that moorland played, that ruins created through their particular arrangement of stone and space, and the way that air moved through them. He dismissed it, moved on, continued his documentation of the site that he had discovered in 1897, that he was cataloging for the Archaeological Society that had funded his expedition, that wanted careful records of what remained of this vanished kingdom that occupied no definite place in historical chronology, that seemed to exist in gaps between documented civilizations, in the spaces that history left blank. But he kept hearing sounds, at different locations, from different stones, always when he touched them, not when wind blew, not when rain fell, but when his hand made contact, when he placed his palm against the carved surfaces, when he engaged physically with the architecture in the way that ruins normally discourage, that preservation normally forbids, that archaeology typically avoids because touching accelerates decay, introduces oils and acids from skin, damages what should be left pristine, what should be observed but not handled, what should be documented from respectful distance. But these stones demanded touching, seemed designed for it, seemed to wait for it. And when touched, they sang, not metaphorically, not in the poetic sense that beautiful things might be said to sing, actually sang, produced clear musical tones, distinct pitches, notes that could be identified, that could be matched to scales, that corresponded to the musical systems that humans have used across cultures, across centuries, to organize sound into patterns that are meaningful, that are beautiful, that transform random vibration into deliberate composition, into the art that sound becomes when it follows rules, when it observes relationships, when it creates the mathematical beauty that music is. The explorer, his name was Edmund Carr. He was 4 to 3 years old. He had spent 20 years documenting ruins across Europe and Asia. He was methodical and skeptical, and not given to flights of fancy. Edmund Carr spent 3 days testing the stones, touching different surfaces, noting which produced sound and which remained silent, attempting to determine what made certain stones musical while others were merely stone, were inert, were the normal building material that made up most of the ruins, but which did not sing, did not vibrate, did not respond to touch with anything except the expected solidity, the anticipated silence. The musical stones were carved. All of them showed deliberate shaping, precise dimensioning. Surfaces worked to specific profiles, to exact thicknesses, to the kind of careful measurement that instrument making requires, that producing consistent tone demands, that transforms raw material into tuned material, into substance that has been prepared to vibrate at particular frequency, to produce particular note, to be not just stone, but musical stone, singing stone, stone that remembers the sound it was carved to remember and reproduces that sound whenever someone touches it, whenever someone asks it to sing, whenever someone treats it as what it is, not building block, but musical note made physical, made permanent, made stone. Carr mapped the musical stones, created diagrams showing their positions throughout the ruins, and discovered a pattern. The stones in the eastern plaza produced notes from one scale. The stones in the western temple produced notes from a different scale. The stones in the northern fortification produced yet another set of pitches. Each section of the ruins had its own musical vocabulary, its own tonal palette, its own collection of notes that suggested different sections, were designed to produce different musical modes, different harmonic systems, different sonic atmospheres that would change as you moved through the city, as you walked from plaza to temple to fortification, as you traversed the kingdom and heard it sing in different voices, in different keys, in the shifting harmonies that the architecture provided to anyone willing to touch it, to engage with it, to treat the city as the instrument it apparently was. But the most remarkable discovery came when Carr attempted to play the stones in sequence. When he touched not just individual stones, but series of stones, moving from one to the next, creating melodies rather than isolated notes, producing phrases rather than single tones. The patterns that emerged were not random, were not the arbitrary sequences that touching stones in order would produce, were deliberate, were composed, were music that had been written into the architecture, that had been encoded in the positioning of the musical stones, that existed as pathway through the ruins if you touched this stone. Then that stone, then the stone beyond it, you would produce melody, would play song, would perform composition that this vanished civilization had preserved in the most permanent medium imaginable, in stone that would outlast paper, that would outlast memory, that would preserve the music as long as the stones themselves endured, as long as the ruins stood, as long as someone was willing to walk through the kingdom, touching the musical stones in the order that produced not chaos, but composition, not random noise, but deliberate beauty, not accident, but the songs that this civilization wanted preserved, wanted remembered, wanted to continue being playable centuries after the last musician died, after the last instrument decayed, after everything else about their musical tradition dissolved except for what they carved into stone, except for what they made permanent through architecture, except for what they encoded in the city itself, so that the city could sing their songs, could preserve their melodies, could keep their music alive through the simple, patient method of being touchable, being playable, being stone that remembers sound. Carr attempted to transcribe what he discovered, created musical notation, showing the melodies he could produce by touching stones in various sequences, sent his transcriptions to musicologists who analyzed them and found patterns that were sophisticated, that showed understanding of harmony and counterpoint, and the mathematical relationships that make music meaningful, that make certain note combinations pleasing, while others create dissonance, that make melody more than just sequence of tones, but becomes narrative, becomes emotion, becomes the communication that music achieves when it follows rules that are simultaneously logical and mysterious, that are mathematical and magical, that work for reasons we understand intellectually and reasons we feel but cannot explain. But Carr's transcriptions were incomplete, could only capture the melodies that one person walking through the ruins could produce, could not record the full music that the kingdom had encoded, because that music required multiple performers, required many people touching many stones simultaneously, required orchestration rather than solo performance, required the coordination of dozens or hundreds working together to touch their assigned stones at the precise moments, to create harmonies rather than just melodies, to produce the full complexity of what the kingdom had composed and preserved in their musical architecture. One section of the ruins made this clear. A vast plaza surrounded by columns, each column carved to produce a specific note, each one positioned at specific distance from the others, creating spatial arrangement that was also musical arrangement, that was simultaneously architecture and score, that showed through its layout exactly where each performer should stand, exactly which stone each should touch, exactly how they should coordinate to produce the symphony that this plaza was designed to perform. Carr calculated that performing the plaza's complete composition would require at least 60 people, 60 performers touching 60 stones in sequences that would interweave, that would create harmonies, that would build into music that was too complex for any individual to play, that required community, that required cooperation, that required the kind of collective effort that civilization makes possible, that makes civilization beautiful, that transforms individual capabilities into collective achievement. He never heard it performed, never gathered the 60 people required, never organized the coordination that would be necessary to play the plaza, to make the kingdom sing its full song, to hear what the vanished civilization had preserved for anyone willing to assemble sufficient performers, sufficient dedication, sufficient willingness to treat ruins not as archaeological site, but as instrument, not as history, but as music, not as past, but as continuing presence that waits only for the right number of people to arrive, to position themselves, to touch the stones in the sequences that the plaza's design indicates, that the spacing of the columns shows, that the architecture itself is score for, is notation for, is the preserved instruction for how to make the kingdom sing. Other researchers have visited the ruins, have documented the musical stones more thoroughly than Carr did, have created complete catalogs of every singing surface, every musical element, every note that the kingdom carved into its architecture, have attempted to understand the full scope of what was preserved here, what music waits in stone for performers to arrive, for touchings to occur, for the coordination to be achieved that would make the ruins sing as they were designed to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still to sing in the complete, full realization of the music they hold. Some have attempted partial performances, have gathered small groups to play sections of the larger composition, to touch stones in coordination, to create at least fragments of what the full performance would produce. These attempts suggest magnificence, suggest that the complete music would be profound, would be moving, would justify the enormous effort that carving singing stones required, that positioning them precisely demanded, that creating a kingdom that was also a symphony necessitated. The recordings of these partial performances are beautiful, are haunting, are music that sounds ancient and modern simultaneously, that uses scales and harmonies that are familiar, but arranged in ways that feel foreign, that feel other, that suggest this civilization's music followed different aesthetic principles than ours follows, created beauty through different relationships, organized sound according to different priorities, but which produce beauty nonetheless, produce emotion nonetheless, produce the response that all music produces when it is well made, when it follows its own internal logic with sufficient commitment, when it creates the sense that what you are hearing is right, is proper, is the way sound should be organized, even if it is not the way you would have organized it, even if it is not the system you know, even if it is strange and unfamiliar, but is nonetheless beautiful, because beauty transcends systems, transcends the particular rules any culture uses to create it, exists in the underlying mathematics that all music shares, that all harmony obeys, that makes certain relationships between tones inherently pleasing regardless of what culture produces them, what era creates them, what civilization carves them into stone and leaves them waiting to be played. The kingdom's music waits still, waits for sufficient performers to arrive, waits for the coordination to be achieved, waits for the moment when 60 or more people position themselves throughout the ruins and touch the stones in the sequences that the architecture indicates, that the spacing shows, that the musical design demands, waits for the full realization of what was preserved here, what was made permanent, what was encoded in stone so thoroughly that it will outlast everything else about this civilization, will persist after their language is forgotten, after their history is lost, after every other trace of who they were dissolves, except for this, the music they carved into their city, the songs they made permanent through architecture, the melodies they preserved in the most enduring form they could imagine, in stone that sings, in buildings that remember music, in the kingdom that was also symphony, that was also instrument, that was also the most ambitious musical composition ever attempted, because it was not performed once and preserved in memory or notation, but was built, was made permanent, was carved into the physical world so that it could be performed again and again, could be played by future generations, could continue sounding as long as the stones endured, as long as someone was willing to touch them, as long as the kingdom's ruins stood waiting for the performers who would arrive someday, who would position themselves someday, who would make the kingdom sing its full song someday in the performance that the stones wait for, that the architecture anticipates, that the vanished vanished civilization preserved through the patient work of carving music into stone, of making buildings that remember songs, of creating city that was also score, that was also instrument, that was also the eternal ongoing invitation to anyone willing to learn its music, to gather the performers, to coordinate the touching that would make the ruins sing as they were meant to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still in the moorland where Edmund Carr discovered them, where they stand patient and musical, where stones remember the songs they were carved to remember and will continue remembering, will continue waiting, will continue offering their music to anyone who touches them, who plays them, who treats them as what they are, not ruins, but instruments, not past but present, not silence, but song waiting only for the touch that makes it sound, for the performer that makes it music, for the coordination that makes it symphony in the kingdom where stones sing, where buildings remember music, where the vanished civilization left their clearest message, which is not words, but melody, not explanation, but harmony, not history, but the songs they loved enough to make permanent, to carve into stone, to preserve in the architecture that outlasted them, that continues their music, that keeps their songs alive in the ruins that sing when touched, that remember when played, that preserve in stone what could not be preserved in any other form, the music of the vanished kingdom, waiting still to be performed completely, to be heard fully, to be realized in the symphony that stones remember, that architecture preserves, that the ruins offer to anyone willing to assemble the performers, coordinate the touching, make the kingdom sing its full song at last. The kingdom contained thousands of doorways. It is said that doors are practical necessities, that they mark transitions between spaces, that they provide privacy and security, that they separate interior from exterior, room from room, the domestic sphere from the public sphere, creating the boundaries that civilization requires, that organized life depends upon, that make architecture functional rather than merely aesthetic, useful rather than simply beautiful. But these doorways were different, stood alone, marked thresholds that led nowhere or that led everywhere, depending on how you understood passage, how you defined crossing, how you conceptualized the journey that doorways make possible when doorways serve not practical but symbolic functions, when they mark not physical transitions but metaphysical ones, when they indicate not movement through space, but movement through states of being, through consciousness, through the infinite interior landscapes that exist within each person, and which are as vast, as complex, as worthy of exploration as any exterior geography, as any physical territory, as any kingdom that occupies land rather than occupying mind. The doorways stood throughout the ruins, in plazas, in courtyards, in the middle of what had been streets. Stone frames carved with the same precision as the kingdom's other architecture. Two pillars supporting a lintel, creating a rectangle of emptiness, of air, of space that you could walk through without impediment, without obstruction, without encountering anything except the other side of the doorway, which was the same as the side you started from, same plaza, same courtyard, same street, same physical location that you occupied before passing through, proving that the doorway led nowhere, connected nothing, served no practical purpose that architecture typically serves. Yet people who passed through them reported change. The first documentation came from a shepherd in 1884. He was crossing the moorland where the ruins stood, was taking a shortcut through what had been the kingdom's central plaza, was walking toward home after a day spent tending his flock in the highlands. He passed through one of the standing doorways, not deliberately, not with intention, simply because it stood in his path, and moving around it would require stepping over rubble, would be less efficient than walking straight through the carved frame that offered no resistance, no barrier, no reason not to pass through it on his way across the plaza. On the other side, he stopped, stood perfectly still. Later, he would struggle to explain what occurred, what changed, what shifted in the moment of passing through. Not his location, he was exactly where he should be, where physics said he should be, on the other side of the doorway in the same plaza he had been crossing. Not his body, he felt physically unchanged, felt the same aches and fatigue that a day of shepherding produced, felt his familiar flesh operating as it always operated, responding as it always responded, being the body he had inhabited for 4 to 7 years without interruption. But something had changed, something interior, something about his relationship to his thoughts, to his memories, to his sense of himself as continuous entity, as person who had existed yesterday and would exist tomorrow, and was the same person across all those days, all those years, all those decades of accumulated experience. Passing through the doorway had disrupted that continuity, not destroyed it. He still remembered his life, still knew who he was, still recognized himself as the shepherd named Thomas, who lived in the cottage beyond the moor and tended the flock that his father had tended before him. But he experienced those memories differently, saw them from different angle, understood them with different emphasis, felt them with different weight than he had felt them moments before, on the other side of the doorway, before crossing the threshold that had somehow reorganized his interior landscape, had rearranged his relationship to his own history, had made him different while keeping him the same, had transformed him while preserving his identity, had taken him somewhere while leaving him exactly where he had started. He stood in the plaza, trying to understand what had occurred, trying to articulate to himself what had changed when everything seemed unchanged, what had shifted when nothing seemed shifted, what the doorway had done to him that left no external trace, but which he felt absolutely, which he knew with certainty had happened even though he could not explain it. could not describe it, could not do anything except stand there, experiencing the aftermath of passage, the residue of transformation, the sense that he had traveled immense distance while moving only the few steps required to pass through a doorway that led nowhere, that connected nothing, that stood in the middle of a plaza-marking passage that was not passage in any conventional sense, but was passage nonetheless, was journey nonetheless, was crossing of threshold that mattered even though it changed nothing measurable, nothing that could be documented, nothing except his interior state, which had reorganized itself, which had transformed itself, which had become different in the moments of passing through the doorway that led not to a different place, but to a different relationship with place, to a different experience of being himself, to a different mode of existing that felt simultaneously foreign and correct, simultaneously strange and natural, simultaneously new and like returning to something forgotten, something he had known once and lost, and now recovered through the simple act of walking through a doorway that led inside, that took him not to another location, but to another layer of himself, to depths he had not accessed before or had accessed, but had forgotten how to reach until the doorway showed him, taught him, brought him there through its patient, silent, standing in the plaza, where it offered passage to anyone who walked through it, to anyone willing to cross its threshold, to anyone ready for the journey that doorways make possible, when doorways lead not outward into the world, but inward into self. Thomas returned home, told his wife what had occurred. She did not understand. How could she? He barely understood himself, could not find words that captured the experience adequately, that conveyed what passing through the doorway had done, what it had changed, what it had reorganized in the unmappable interior terrain that consciousness occupies, that self inhabits, that mind traverses daily without recognizing that it is terrain, is landscape, is geography as complex and worthy of exploration as any physical territory, as any kingdom that exists in space rather than in awareness. But his wife noticed differences, subtle changes, the way he spoke about memories, the way he related to their children, the way he moved through the cottage, as if seeing it freshly, as if experiencing their home for the first time despite having lived there for 20 years, despite knowing every corner, every shadow, every detail of the space that should be so familiar that it no longer required attention, no longer demanded notice, had become invisible through familiarity, the way that familiar things become invisible, the way that we stop seeing what we see constantly, stop experiencing what we experience daily, until something shifts, until something changes, until we pass through some doorway and return to familiar spaces with unfamiliar eyes, with renewed capacity for attention, with the fresh perception that the doorway somehow granted, somehow awakened, somehow made possible through the transformation it enacted, through the journey it facilitated, through the passage it provided into depths that existed all along, but but which we do not typically access, which we do not typically inhabit, which the doorway made available to Thomas, and which changed him in ways that were invisible to external observation, but which were profound, which mattered, which persisted in how he lived, how he experienced, how he moved through the world that was the same world he had always inhabited, but which he now inhabited differently, saw differently, understood differently, because he had passed through the doorway that led inside, that took him to places that existed within himself, that showed him territories he contained without knowing he contained them, that made him aware of the vast interior kingdoms we all possess, but rarely explore, rarely map, rarely acknowledge as real and present, and worthy of the same careful attention we give to exterior geography, to physical landscapes, to the territories outside ourselves that we navigate daily, while ignoring the territories within that are equally vast, equally complex, equally deserving of exploration. Word spread. Others attempted to replicate Thomas's experience, walked through the doorways deliberately rather than accidentally, sought transformation rather than stumbling into it, hoped to access the interior depths that Thomas described, that he insisted were real even though he could not adequately explain them, could not provide evidence beyond his testimony, could not prove that the doorways did anything except mark empty space, except create frames around air, except stand in plazas offering passage that most people experienced as simply walking through carved stone, as moving from one side to the other without incident, without change, without anything occurring that would justify the claim that these doorways were special, were transformative, were thresholds into interior kingdoms, rather than merely architectural curiosities, merely ruins that served no function, merely remnants of vanished civilizations, peculiar practice of building doorways that led nowhere, but for some, not everyone, not predictably, not according to any pattern that researchers could identify for some. Passage through the doorways produced exactly what Thomas described, produced change, produced shift, produced the sense of having journeyed far while moving only a few steps, of having accessed places that were simultaneously new and familiar, simultaneously foreign and intimately known, simultaneously discoveries and returns to what had always been there, what had always existed, what simply required the right threshold to be crossed before it became accessible, before it became present, before it became the experience, rather than remaining mere possibility, mere potential, mere unactivated capacity that every consciousness contains, but which most never access because we lack the doorways, we lack the thresholds, we lack the structures that make passage possible, that make the interior journey feasible, that make the exploration of inner kingdoms as straightforward as the exploration of outer territories. Simply walk through the doorway. Simply cross the threshold. Simply allow the passage to occur and discover what waits on the other side, which is not other side in spatial sense, but is other side in consciousness sense, is different layer of awareness, is altered relationship to self and memory, and the ongoing experience of being alive, of being conscious, of being the mysterious entity that we are but which we understand so partially, so incompletely, so inadequately that entire kingdoms within us remain unexplored, remain unknown, remain waiting for doorways to grant access, for thresholds to make passage possible, for the journey inside to begin. One woman who passed through reported that she experienced her entire life simultaneously, not as sequence, not as past leading to present leading to future, but as eternal now, as all moments existing at once, as childhood and adulthood and age all present simultaneously in consciousness that had reorganized itself, that had abandoned linear time, that had accessed state where duration folded, where sequence became simultaneity, where all her years existed together in eternal present that was overwhelming, was beautiful, was so complete that when she returned to normal consciousness, when the effects of the doorway faded, and she experienced time sequentially again, she wept for what she had lost, for the totality she had briefly accessed and could not sustain, could not maintain, could not carry with her back into ordinary awareness that experiences moments one at a time rather than all at once, that moves through time rather than containing time, that is subject to sequence rather than transcending sequence in the way that passage through the doorway had allowed her to transcend, had enabled her to experience, had granted her access to, for those few moments on the other side of the threshold before ordinary consciousness reasserted itself, before linear time reclaimed her, before the journey inside ended, and she returned to the exterior life where moments follow each other in order, where past is past, and future is future and present, is only the brief instant between them rather than the eternal now that contains all moments, that holds all time, that the doorway had shown her exists within her, within everyone, within consciousness that has capacities we do not typically access, that we do not normally inhabit, that doorways can reveal if we pass through them, if we cross their thresholds, if we allow them to take us inside to the places we contain without knowing we contain them. Another man reported losing language. Not the ability to speak, he could still make words, could still form sentences when he returned to normal state. But while under the doorway's influence, while experiencing the altered consciousness that passage produced, language seemed unnecessary, seemed inadequate, seemed like crude approximation of communication that was possible more directly, more completely, more truthfully when consciousness operated without words, without symbols, without the mediation that language provides, and which we mistake for essential, which we assume is necessary for thought itself, when actually thought can occur without words, can operate without language, can function more purely, more clearly, more directly when freed from verbal structures, when allowed to be thought itself rather than thought translated into words, when consciousness experiences itself immediately rather than experiencing itself through the filter of language that shapes thought, that constrains thought, that makes thought conform to linguistic structures that are arbitrary, that are cultural, that are learned rather than innate, and which the doorway temporarily suspended, temporarily removed, temporarily allowed him to exist without, and discover that consciousness operates perfectly well without words, thinks perfectly clearly without language, knows what it knows without needing to translate knowing into verbal form, without requiring the symbols that we assume are essential, but which the doorway revealed are optional, are tools we can use, but are not fundamental to consciousness itself, are not required for awareness, are not necessary for the experience of being aware, of being present, of being conscious in the wordless state that the doorway granted access to, that it made possible, that it showed exists within all of us beneath the language, beneath the words, beneath the constant verbal narration that most people experience as thought, but which is only one form thought takes, only one mode of consciousness among many possible modes that doorways can reveal, can make accessible, can grant passage to for those willing to cross the threshold, to pass through the frame, to take the journey inside where language falls away, and consciousness experiences itself directly, purely, in forms that words cannot capture, cannot describe, cannot do anything except gesture toward in the inadequate way that language gestures toward experiences that exist beyond language, that transcend words, that can be lived, but cannot be said, can be experienced, but cannot be explained, can be accessed through doorways, but cannot be brought back completely, cannot be preserved in verbal form, can only be pointed toward by those who have passed through, who have journeyed inside, who have discovered that consciousness contains kingdoms that language cannot map, that words cannot describe, that exist in the wordless depths that doorways access, that thresholds reveal, that passage makes possible for those ready for the journey, for those willing to cross, for those prepared to discover what they contain without knowing they contain it, what they are without recognizing what they are, what consciousness can do when freed from its normal constraints, its habitual patterns, its assumption that it is only what it usually experiences itself as being rather than the vast, mysterious territory that doorways reveal it to be, that thresholds provide access to, that passage through empty frames can somehow initiate by taking you not to a different place, but to a different experience of being yourself, of being conscious, of being the awareness that you are, but which usually operates in such limited modes, such constrained forms, such narrow portions of what it could be, what it could experience, what it could access if only there were doorways to pass through thresholds to cross, frames to walk through that would take you inside, that would show you the interior kingdoms, that would reveal consciousness itself in its full mysterious complexity, rather than in the simplified, habitual, constrained form that daily life produces, that ordinary awareness maintains, that we mistake for all that consciousness is, when actually it is only the smallest portion, only the surface, only the beginning of what awareness can be when doorways grant access to depths, when thresholds permit passage to interior territories, when empty frames standing in plazas offer the possibility of journeys that are not journeys through space, but journeys through self, not passages to other locations, but passages to other states of being, other modes of awareness, other ways of experiencing the consciousness that we are, but which we know so partially, so incompletely, so inadequately, that we require doorways to show us, require thresholds to teach us, require passage through empty frames to discover what we contain, what we are, what consciousness can become when it journeys inside, when it explores its own depths, when it crosses the thresholds that doorways mark, that empty frames indicate, that stone pillars and lintels preserve from the vanished kingdom, that understood something we are only beginning to understand, that the greatest territories to explore are not outside, but inside, that the most important journeys are not through geography, but through consciousness, that the doorways worth building are not those that connect room to room, but those that connect awareness to its own depths, consciousness to its own possibilities, self to the vast interior kingdoms that we all contain, but which require doorways to access, thresholds to cross, passages to undertake in the journey inside that these empty frames make possible, that these standalone doorways facilitate, that this vanished kingdom, preserved through the simple, patient architecture of building thresholds that lead nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, that take you on the shortest journey imaginable, a few steps through a doorway, and the longest journey possible, the exploration of consciousness itself, of awareness in its full complexity, of self in all its mysterious depths, in the doorways that lead inside, that the kingdom built, that stands still in the ruins waiting for those ready to pass through, ready to cross, ready to discover that the kingdom they're seeking is not the vanished kingdom in the moorland, but the interior kingdom that everyone contains, that everyone can access, that doorways make visible, make reachable, make present through the simple act of passage, of crossing, of walking through empty frames that are not empty, but are full of possibility, full of transformation, full of the journey inside that is the real journey, the important journey, the journey that the vanished kingdom understood was worth building doorways for, worth preserving thresholds for, worth leaving empty frames standing in plazas for anyone who would pass through them, who would cross them, who would take the journey inside to the kingdom that waits not in ruins, but in consciousness, not in the past, but in the eternal present, not in geography, but in awareness itself, in the interior territories that doorways lead to, that thresholds provide access to, that empty frames mark passage toward in the ruins, where the vanished kingdom left their most important architecture, not temples or palaces or fortifications, but doorways that lead inside, that take you to yourself, that show you what you contain, what you are, what consciousness can be when doorways grant passage to depths, when thresholds permit crossing to interior kingdoms, when empty frames standing in plazas offer the possibility of the journey that matters most, not the journey to find the vanished kingdom, but the journey to find the kingdom within, the interior territory, the consciousness that you are, but which requires doorways to fully explore, thresholds to properly access, empty frames to pass through on the way inside, where the real kingdom waits, where the true mystery lives, where the vanished civilization's deepest teaching resides in the doorways that lead inside, that take you home, that show you the kingdom you've been seeking was never outside, was always within, was always accessible if only you knew where to find the doorway, how to cross the threshold, how to pass through the empty frame that leads not away, but inside, not to other places, but to other depths, not to the vanished kingdom, but to the kingdom that never vanished because it exists inside consciousness, inside awareness, inside the interior territories that we all contain, and which doorways make accessible, which thresholds make reachable, which the vanished kingdom preserved through the simple, powerful architecture of empty frames standing in plazas, marking passage, indicating thresholds, showing the way inside where the journey begins, where transformation occurs, where consciousness discovers itself, where the kingdom waits not in ruins, but in awareness, not in the past, but in the eternal now, not outside, but inside where doorways lead, where thresholds mark passage, where empty frames offer the journey inside that is the only journey that truly matters, the only exploration worth undertaking, the only passage that leads home to the interior kingdom, to consciousness itself, to the vast, mysterious territory that the doorways revealed, that the thresholds provided access to, that the vanished kingdom preserved through their empty frames that lead inside, always inside, to the kingdom within, in the deepest chamber of what had been the kingdom's central palace, behind 7 doors that had remained sealed for 3,000 years. Researchers in 1903 found a room that had been protected from wind, from rain, from every disturbance that the centuries had brought to the ruins that surrounded it. It is said that dust settles, that particles fall according to gravity, according to air currents, according to the random physics of small things drifting through space, until they find surfaces to rest upon, accumulating in layers that mark time's passage, that testify to abandonment, that prove no one has disturbed what dust covers. No one has cleaned what dust claims. No one has maintained what dust transforms from pristine to neglected through the patient work of settling, of accumulating, of building layers that are simultaneously preservation and decay, protection and evidence of time's patient victory over all human effort to maintain, to clean, to keep things as they were rather than allowing them to become what time makes them. But the dust in this chamber had not settled randomly, had arranged itself into patterns, deliberate patterns, organized patterns, patterns that resembled writing or mathematics, or some hybrid of both, some system that combined symbol and number, language and equation, meaning and measurement into forms that covered the floor in careful arrangements, in precise configurations, in the kind of ordered complexity that speaks not of natural processes, but of intentional design, not of particles falling where gravity took them, but of particles placed where purpose demanded, where message required, where the civilization's final communication needed them to be. The chamber was small, perhaps 10 feet square, the ceiling low enough that tall people would need to duck, the walls bare stone showing no decoration, no carving, no elaboration, pure functional space that existed only to contain what it contained, to protect what it protected, to preserve in stillness what required absolute stillness to survive, what demanded perfect calm to maintain itself, what could only exist in the absence of disturbance that this sealed chamber provided, that these 7 doors protected, that 3,000 years of isolation had maintained, until researchers broke the final seal and entered the space that no air had entered since the day the last door was closed, since the moment the kingdom finished writing its final message and sealed it away, and left it in darkness to wait for readers who might never come, who might never find this chamber, who might never break the seals and enter the stillness and discover what dust had written, what particles had spelled, what the final message said, if only someone could read it without destroying it, could understand it without erasing it, could receive the communication without obliterating the medium that carried it. The researcher who led the expedition, a woman named Catherine Wells, who had spent 15 years studying the vanished kingdom's ruins, who had dedicated her career to understanding this civilization that occupied no clear place in historical chronology, that seemed to exist between documented cultures. Catherine stood at the threshold of the chamber for long minutes before entering, stood with her lamp held high, stood looking at the patterns on the floor, stood recognizing immediately that what she was seeing mattered, was important, was perhaps the most significant discovery her expedition would make, was possibly the answer to questions she had been asking for years about this kingdom, about where they went, about what they believed, about why they vanished so completely that only ruins remained to testify they had existed. The dust patterns covered the entire floor, wall to wall, arranged in concentric circles perhaps, or in spirals, or in grids. The organization was complex enough that determining its structure required careful study, required time, required the patient work of observation that Catherine specialized in, that she was trained for, that she had practiced for years in other ruins, in other chambers, in other contexts where understanding required not rushing, not assuming, not imposing modern categories onto ancient intentions, but allowing the evidence to speak, allowing the patterns to reveal themselves, allowing meaning to emerge through patient attention rather than through immediate interpretation. But this chamber presented a problem that her other work had not encountered. The dust was delicate, impossibly delicate, so fine that breath could disturb it, so light that footsteps in the chamber would create air currents that would scatter it, so precariously arranged that any movement, any presence, any introduction of air that was not the still air that had been trapped in this chamber for millennia, any of these would destroy what the dust spelled, would erase what the patterns said, would obliterate the message before it could be read, before it could be understood, before it could be received by the consciousness that had worked for years to find this chamber, to break these seals, to enter this space and discover what waited here in arrangements of particles so delicate that knowing them required risking their destruction, that understanding them demanded accepting that understanding might make them cease to exist, might transform message into meaningless scatter, might erase the final words that the vanished kingdom had written in the most fragile medium imaginable, in dust that would hold its patterns only as long as perfect stillness held, only as long as no one entered, only as long as the message remained unread, because reading required presence, and presence destroyed what presence sought to comprehend. Catherine withdrew, backed out of the chamber carefully, closed the door, stood in the corridor beyond, trying to determine what to do, how to proceed, whether there was any method that would allow them to document the patterns without destroying them, to understand the message without erasing it, to receive the communication that the vanished kingdom had left while preserving it for future researchers, for other questions, for the possibility that someone later would understand what she could not understand, would see what she could not see, would comprehend what eluded her, but which might be accessible to consciousness differently prepared, differently oriented, differently capable than hers was. Her team discussed options, photographing from the doorway possible, but the distance and angle would make detail difficult to capture, would miss subtleties, would preserve only rough approximation of patterns whose precision seemed essential, whose exact configurations likely mattered to whatever meaning they carried. Sketching similarly faced the problem of distance, of inability to see clearly without entering, of the necessity of approximation when precision seemed required. Some suggested removing the dust carefully, particle by particle, relocating the patterns to a more stable surface where they could be studied without the threat of immediate destruction, where researchers could approach them without risking erasure, where the message could be preserved in form that allowed examination, analysis, the careful work of translation that unknown languages require, that mysterious symbols demand, that communication from vanished civilizations necessitates. But this option seemed worse than the others, seemed like violation, seemed like the kind of intervention that changes what it attempts to preserve, that destroys through the very act of saving, that transforms message into something else, into reconstructed approximation that might preserve the symbols, but would lose the essential quality of what those symbols were: not marks on stable surface, but arrangements in dust, not permanent inscription, but temporary configuration that existed only through stillness, only through the absence of disturbance that the sealed chamber provided, only through conditions that could not be replicated elsewhere, that made the message inseparable from its medium, made the dust patterns meaningful precisely because they were dust, were fragile, were temporary, were the kind of communication that says through its very delicacy, this matters enough to write in the most precious way we know, in medium that requires your complete care, that demands your reverence, that will test whether you value understanding enough to receive it gently, to approach it with the respect that fragility requires, to accept that some messages are too important to be written permanently, are too sacred to be carved in stone, are too profound to be trusted to durable materials that would outlast their relevance, that would persist beyond the moment when they should be understood, that would become relics rather than remaining messages, would become archaeology rather than remaining communication. Catherine returned to the doorway, stood looking at the patterns from the threshold, spent hours in this position, days, documenting what she could see from this distance, what the lamplight revealed when held at certain angles, what patterns emerged when she looked long enough, patiently enough, with sufficient attention that details became visible, that organization became apparent, that what had seemed random scatter revealed itself as careful arrangement, as deliberate design, as symbols that might be readable if she could only get close enough, if she could only examine them properly, if she could only violate the stillness that their survival required. But she did not enter, made the choice, decided that preservation mattered more than understanding, that keeping the message intact was more important than reading the message, that future researchers deserved the opportunity to encounter the patterns as she had encountered them, complete, undisturbed, arranged as the vanished kingdom had arranged them, rather than as archaeologists had reconstructed them. Authentic in their fragility, rather than preserved through intervention that would change them. That would make them different things. That would transform final message into archaeological specimen, into object of study, rather than remaining what it was, communication from consciousness that had chosen dust as medium, that had selected fragility as feature rather than bug, that had written their last words in arrangements that would survive only as long as no one read them, that would exist only as long as no one sought to preserve them, that would remain message only by remaining untouched, unread, undisturbed in the chamber where they were written, where they waited, where they would continue waiting, perhaps forever, perhaps until the chamber itself collapsed, perhaps until some future disturbance finally scattered what 3,000 years of sealing had preserved, had protected, had kept intact through the simple method of preventing access, of maintaining stillness, of refusing entry to the very consciousness that the message was presumably written for, creating paradox that Catherine recognized, that she accepted, that she chose to honor by photographing from doorways, by sketching from distance, by documenting what could be documented without entering, without disturbing, without risking the erasure that her presence would cause, that her breath would initiate, that her footsteps would complete in the chamber where dust spelled final words that would remain forever partially known, forever incompletely understood, forever protected by the very fragility that made them precious, that made them matter, that made them worth preserving, even if preservation meant accepting that full understanding would remain impossible, would remain beyond reach, would remain in the category of knowledge that we protect by not fully possessing, that we honor by leaving partially unknown, that we value enough to guard through restraint, through distance, through the choice not to enter even when entering is possible, not to touch even when touching would reveal, not to read completely even when complete reading seems like it should be the goal, should be the purpose, should be what researchers do when they discover messages from vanished civilizations. But Catherine understood something that her training had not explicitly taught, but which the chamber made obvious, made undeniable, made impossible to ignore. Some messages are too sacred to read fully. Some communication is too important to risk destroying through the act of reception. Some final words are better protected through partial understanding than through complete comprehension that requires their obliteration, their erasure, their transformation from message into dust that has lost its meaning, its pattern, its capacity to say what it was arranged to say. She sealed the chamber again, closed the 7 doors, locked them as they had been locked, left the dust, patterns undisturbed in darkness that would preserve them, in stillness that would maintain them, in sealed space that would protect them from breath, from footsteps, from the disturbances that consciousness brings when consciousness enters spaces, when awareness approaches mysteries, when humans encounter what humans want to understand, but which understanding would destroy. Her photographs showed patterns that experts analyzed for years, attempting translation from the limited perspective that distance allowed, attempting to read what could be seen from doorways. Some proposed that the symbols were mathematical equations, perhaps, calculations, numerical relationships that expressed knowledge about astronomy or physics, or the deep patterns that govern reality when reality is understood mathematically, when existence is comprehended through number rather than through narrative, through equation rather than through story. Others suggested the patterns were linguistic sentences written in the vanished kingdom's final script, messages spelling out what happened to them, where they went, why they vanished in words that could be read if only we possessed the grammar, if only we understood the vocabulary, if only we had sufficient examples to decode the language that these dust patterns spoke, that these fragile arrangements preserved, that the chamber protected in its sealed darkness. Still others whispered that the patterns were both and neither were communication, that transcended the distinction between number and word, between equation and sentence, between mathematical truth and linguistic meaning, or expression in some more fundamental form that preceded the split between these categories, that existed in the territory where meaning itself emerges before it becomes mathematics or language, before it chooses number or word as medium, when it is still pure significance waiting to be encoded, waiting to be expressed, waiting to be written in dust that would preserve it in its precategorical purity, in its undifferentiated wholeness, in the form that is simultaneously all forms and no form, that is meaning before meaning, becomes any particular kind of meaning, that is message before message chooses any particular medium except the most precious medium, the most fragile medium, the medium that says through its very delicacy, what we are telling you matters so much that we will write it in dust that breath can scatter. We'll arrange it in patterns that footsteps will erase. We'll trust it to medium that survives only through your restraint, only through your choice not to approach too closely, only through your understanding that some messages are better preserved through distance than through proximity, better protected through partial knowledge than through complete comprehension, better honored through the choice not to fully read than through the determination to understand completely at the cost of destroying what you seek to understand. The chamber remains sealed. The dust patterns wait in darkness, and Catherine's photographs hang in museums where they are studied still, where researchers continue attempting to extract meaning from the limited perspective they provide, where the partial view from doorways becomes the only view that ethics allows, that preservation demands, that respect for the vanished kingdom's final communication requires. Some criticize this choice, argue that knowledge should take precedence over preservation, that understanding the message is more important than maintaining the message in its original form, that researchers have obligation to future knowledge that outweighs obligation to current preservation, that what we can learn should determine what we do rather than what we can save determining what we refrain from doing. But Catherine's decision has held. The chamber remains closed. The patterns remain undisturbed, and the final message written in dust continues to exist in its fragile perfection, in its delicate wholeness, in the stillness that preserves it precisely, because stillness prevents the full reading that would destroy it, that would scatter what it spells, that would transform careful arrangement into random distribution, would change message into meaningless dust, would erase final words in the very act of reading them completely. Perhaps this is the message. Perhaps the meaning is not in what the patterns say, but in what they require the restraint, the distance, the choice to leave something unread because reading would destroy it, to leave something partially known because complete knowing would erase it, to accept that some communications are too precious to possess fully, too sacred to comprehend completely, too important to risk destroying through the very attempt to understand them. Perhaps the vanished kingdom knew this, knew that their final message should be written in medium that would test future readers, that would require them to choose between knowledge and preservation, between understanding and respect, between the desire to know completely and the wisdom to know partially, to accept partial knowing as sufficient, as appropriate, as the only ethical response to messages written in dust that breath can scatter, in patterns that presence will erase, in arrangements that survive only through the choice not to approach, not to enter, not to read fully even when full reading seems possible, seems desirable, seems like what researchers should do, what seekers should attempt, what consciousness should pursue when encountering mysteries that promise revelation if only you get close enough, if only you disturb the stillness, if only you sacrifice preservation for understanding, and accept that understanding costs what it costs, that knowledge demands what it demands, that full reading requires full erasure, and you must choose which matters more, knowing completely or preserving perfectly, understanding totally or protecting absolutely, reading the message or leaving the message readable for others who might come later, who might develop better methods, who might find ways to understand without destroying what 3,000 years of stillness has preserved, what sealed chambers have protected, what the vanished kingdom wrote in dust, and trusted to darkness, and left waiting in the fragile arrangements that Catherine chose to honor by photographing from doorways, by sketching from distance, by accepting that some final words are too precious to read completely, too sacred to understand fully, too important to risk erasing in the attempt to comprehend them. In the chamber where dust still spells patterns that might be mathematics or language or both or neither, that might say everything about where the kingdom went and why they vanished, or might say nothing except this: some messages are written to test whether future readers are wise enough to leave them unread, careful enough to preserve them undisturbed, reverent enough to accept that partial knowledge is sufficient when complete knowledge requires destruction, when full understanding demands erasure, when reading the final message means the final message ceases to exist, ceases to be readable, ceases to be the communication it was written to be, and becomes instead just dust, just scattered particles, just the residue of meaning that was destroyed in the very act of being fully received, in the chamber where patterns wait still in darkness, where dust holds still in stillness, where the vanished kingdom's final message remains partially known and completely preserved in the sealed room that Catherine chose to leave sealed, chose to protect, chose to honor by not entering, by not reading fully, by not possessing completely, by leaving in dust that breath would scatter, in patterns that presence would erase, in arrangements that survive only through absence, only through restraint, only through the choice not to know completely in order to preserve absolutely what might be the most important message. The vanished kingdom left the message that says through its medium, through its fragility, through its dependence on stillness, some things are too precious to fully possess. Some knowledge is too sacred to completely comprehend. Some final words are written in dust precisely because dust teaches what stone cannot teach, what permanent medium cannot demonstrate, what durable inscription cannot communicate that meaning sometimes resides not in what is said, but in what is required to preserve it, not in what messages contain, but in what messages demand, not in words themselves, but in the relationship between words and readers, between message and medium, between knowledge and the cost of knowing. In the chamber where dust spells patterns that might tell everything or nothing, but which certainly tell this: we wrote our final message in the most fragile way we knew, in medium that would force future readers to choose, to decide, to demonstrate through their choice what they valued understanding or preservation, knowledge or respect, possession or protection. And you chose well, chose wisely, chose to leave us partially unknown, because you understood that some messages survive only when left unread, persist only when protected from complete comprehension, remain meaningful only when preserved in the fragile medium where we wrote them, in dust that waits still in darkness, in patterns that hold still in stillness, in the final message that remains forever partially read, forever incompletely known, forever protected by the choice not to enter, not to approach, not to scatter what we arranged with such care in the chamber we sealed, in the room we protected, in the space we left dark, so that darkness would preserve what light would reveal, and revelation would destroy our final words written in dust. Waiting in stillness, surviving through distance, protected by restraint, honored by the choice to leave them there, to photograph from doorways, to know partially rather than understanding completely, to preserve absolutely rather than possessing fully. In the sealed chamber where dust spells patterns, where fragility is meaning, where the final message waits in arrangements too precious to fully read, too sacred to completely know, too important to risk destroying in the eternal patient darkness, where they survive, where they persist, where they remain the final communication from the vanished kingdom that understood. Some things should be written in dust, because dust demands care, requires reverence, teaches through fragility. What permanence cannot teach, that meaning resides in relationship. That messages live in the space between writing and reading. That final words matter most when they require us to choose between knowing and preserving, between understanding and protecting, between the desire to possess completely and the wisdom to honor partially. In the chamber where dust waits, where patterns hold, where the final message remains forever protected by the choice not to fully read it, by the restraint that preserves it, by the distance that honors it, by the sealed doors that Catherine closed, and which remain closed still, keeping safe what care keeps safe, protecting what reverence protects, preserving in darkness and dust and delicate arrangements the final words that survive by remaining partially unknown, incompletely read, absolutely preserved in the chamber where the vanished kingdom wrote their last message, in dust that waits for no one, in patterns that teach through existing, in the fragile final words that say through their medium what their content might never reveal. We trusted you to care enough not to destroy us, and you proved worthy of that trust by leaving us here, by keeping us safe, by choosing preservation over comprehension in the sealed chamber where dust writes still, where patterns hold still, where the final message waits in the darkness that preserves it, in the stillness that maintains it, in the distance that honors it forever, in the kingdom's central square, where all the radiating streets converged, where the geometry of the city found its focal point, where ceremonial processions would have culminated and civic life would have centered their stands a monument. It is said that monuments commemorate the past, that we erect stone markers to remember what has occurred, to honor what has been, to preserve in permanent form the events and people that shaped history, that mattered enough to warrant preservation beyond memory, beyond oral tradition, beyond the fragile human capacity to recall across generations what should not be forgotten. But this monument does not commemorate the past. Records instead the future, is carved not with dates that have occurred, but with dates still to come, with festivals that have not been celebrated, with ceremonies that have not been performed, with gatherings that remain always ahead, always approaching, always written in stone as promises, as appointments, as the calendar of return that the vanished kingdom maintained even as they prepared to vanish, even as they sealed their chambers and wrote their final messages in dust, even as they walked through their doorways and disappeared into absence so complete that only their architecture remains, and this monument, this calendar, this schedule of return that suggests they never intended to leave permanently, never meant to disappear forever, never planned to become the mysterious, vanished kingdom, but intended something else, something temporary, something that the monument marks with its careful dates, its precise notations, its astronomical calculations that indicate when they would return, when they would gather again, when the kingdom would resume its life in the square where this stone pillar stands marking time, counting years, waiting with the patience that stone possesses for the fulfillment of promises carved in its surface, for the arrival of dates still future, for the return that the monument insists will occur, must occur, is written in stone, and therefore is certain, is permanent, is as inevitable as the monument itself. The pillar is tall, perhaps 20 feet, octagonal in cross-section, each face carved with text in the kingdom's script, with numbers in their notation system, with symbols that astronomers recognize as marking planetary positions, lunar phases, stellar configurations that repeat on cycles spanning decades, spanning centuries, spanning the deep time that celestial mechanics operate in, that the movement of heavens follows with precision that allows prediction, that makes possible the calculation of when specific alignments will occur, when particular conjunctions will manifest, when the stars will arrange themselves in patterns that repeat rarely, that come again only after long waiting, after patient counting of years. The monument's dates are specific, not vague promises of eventual return, not general statements about someday, but precise moments, exact days, particular hours when the sun would be at certain angle, when the moon would be in certain phase, when planets would align in configurations that the monument's calculations indicated, that its astronomical notations specified, that its careful carving preserved as the schedule of return, as the calendar that the vanished kingdom expected to be honored, that they planned to keep, that they marked in stone so that future generations would know when to gather, when to expect them, when to prepare the square for festivals that the dates indicated, for ceremonies that the astronomical positions suggested, for the return that would occur when heavens aligned, as the monument said they would align, when time reached the moments that had been calculated, when the universe itself arrived at configurations that the vanished kingdom had identified as significant, as meaningful, as the proper times for return. Some dates have passed, came and went, while the square remained empty, while no processions formed, while no festivals were celebrated, while the kingdom stayed vanished, and the monument stood marking times that arrived without fulfillment, that occurred without the gatherings they promised, that passed into the category of missed appointments, of broken promises, of dates that the stone said would bring return, but which brought only another year of absence, another cycle of waiting, another demonstration that whatever the monument promised had not occurred, would not occur on that date, left that particular alignment to pass uncelebrated, left that specific conjunction to come and go, while the square remained empty, except for the monument that continued marking future dates, that continued indicating appointments still ahead, that continued insisting through its carved numbers that return remained possible, remained promised, remained written in stone, even though stone's promises had proven unreliable, even though carved dates had come without bringing what they indicated, without fulfilling what they suggested, without demonstrating that the monument knew anything about return, about when it would occur, about whether it would occur at all. The first marked date was in 1347, an autumn day. The monument specified the hour just after dawn, specified the celestial conditions, new moon, Jupiter rising, particular star visible just above eastern horizon, local priests who maintained knowledge of the ruins, who preserved oral traditions about the vanished kingdom, who kept faith with the monument even though the kingdom had been gone for millennia. These priests gathered in the square on the specified date, gathered at the specified hour, watched the sky show the specified signs, and waited for return. Nothing happened. The dawn came. The astronomical conditions manifested exactly as the monument had calculated. But no procession appeared. No vanished people materialized. No return occurred. The square remained empty except for the waiting priests who stood until sunset, who maintained vigil through the entire day, who refused to abandon the appointed time, even when the appointed time brought nothing except their own presence, their own faith, their own commitment to honoring what the monument promised, even when the promise proved empty, even when the date passed without fulfillment, even when return did not occur. They came again for the next marked date, 1389, a spring morning, different astronomical alignment, different celestial configuration, same emptiness, same waiting, same failure of return to manifest, to materialize, to prove that the monument knew what it claimed to know, that the dates it marked were meaningful, that the kingdom would honor the appointments they had carved in stone before vanishing, before becoming mystery, before leaving only this calendar of return that dates proved unreliable, that time demonstrated was either wrong or premature, either miscalculated or not yet fulfilled, either mistaken or still awaiting the proper moment that had not come yet, that would come later, that remained in the category category of future dates, future possibilities, future appointments that might bring what past dates had not brought the actual return, the real manifestation, the fulfillment of promises that the monument continued to make through its carved future dates, even as its past dates accumulated unfulfilled, uncelebrated, past without the gatherings they had indicated. But the vigil continued, continues still. Every marked date draws watchers, draws those who maintain faith with the monument, who refuse to accept that the vanished kingdom is gone permanently, who insist through their patient waiting that the dates mean something, that the astronomical calculations serve some purpose, that the monument would not have been carved with such precision if the precision did not matter, if the dates were not actual appointments, if the return were not planned, expected, promised in stone that would outlast doubt, that would persist beyond skepticism, that would continue marking future dates, regardless of how many past dates proved empty, proved unfulfilled, proved nothing except that the monument's promises had not been kept yet, had not manifested yet, remained in the category of not yet rather than never, remained possible rather than proven impossible, remained written in stone, and therefore remained in the minds of those who keep vigil, remained true, remained valid, remained promises that would be kept eventually, would be fulfilled someday, would bring return when the right date arrived, when the proper alignment occurred, when time finally reached the moment that the monument was actually marking, rather than the moments it seemed to mark, but which turned out to be something else, something preliminary, something that looked like appointed times, but were actually just celestial configurations that resembled the true configuration, that approximated the real alignment, that came close, but were not quite the exact conditions that would trigger return, that would make manifestation possible, that would bring the vanished kingdom back to the square where their monument waits, where their calendar counts, where their appointments remain written even after centuries of not being kept, of not being honored, of passing without fulfillment, but without being canceled, without being erased, without ceasing to be appointments simply because they had not yet been kept, had not yet brought return, had not yet proved the monument's promises true. The vigil keepers maintain records, document each marked date, note the astronomical conditions, record who attended, who waited, who maintained faith through another day of emptiness, another appointed time that passed without return. The records are meticulous, are careful, are the product of centuries of patient documentation, of careful observation, of the commitment to bearing witness, even when there is nothing to witness except absence, except the failure of return to occur, except the ongoing demonstration that the monument's promises remain unfulfilled, remain in the category of not yet, remain possible, but not actual, written, but not manifested, promised, but not delivered. Some of the vigil keepers are descendants of the original watchers, families who have maintained this duty across generations, across centuries, across the vast span of time that separates the kingdoms, vanishing from the present moment. They speak of it as sacred responsibility, as covenant with the vanished, as promise that someone will be here when return occurs, whenever return occurs. If return occurs, though they do not speak in ifs, do not allow doubt into their vocabulary. Maintain faith through linguistic discipline, through the choice to speak in when rather than if, in will rather than might, in certainty rather than possibility, even when possibility seems more honest, seems more aligned with evidence, seems more reasonable than the certainty they maintain through sheer determination, through inherited commitment, through the weight of generations who kept this vigil before them and who passed to them the responsibility of keeping it still, of maintaining watch, of ensuring that when return finally occurs, when, not if someone will be present to witness it, to welcome it, to fulfill the human half of the covenant that the monument marks, that the dates indicate, that the astronomical calculations preserve. Other vigil keepers are pilgrims, come once or many times to stand in the square on marked dates, to participate in the waiting, to add their presence to the gathering that occurs whether return occurs or not, to be part of the community of those who refuse to accept that the vanished kingdom is gone forever, who insist that absence is temporary, who maintain through their physical presence in the square on appointed days that hope persists, that faith continues, that the possibility of return remains alive as long as people continue gathering, continue waiting, continue honoring the dates that the monument marks with such care, with such precision, with such apparent confidence that these are not random days, but are actual appointments, are real promises, are the calendar of return that will be fulfilled when the right moment arrives, when the true alignment occurs, when time finally reaches the configuration that will trigger manifestation, that will make return possible, that will prove the vigil keepers were right to wait, right to gather, right to maintain faith across centuries of apparent emptiness, of seeming futility, of dates that passed without bringing what they promised, but which the vigil keepers insist were not the true dates, were not the actual appointments, were only approximations, were only similar alignments that resembled, but were not identical to the configuration that will someday occur, and which when it occurs will bring return, will manifest the vanished kingdom, will prove that the monument's promises were true all along, were accurate all along, simply required more patience than humans typically possess, more faith than evidence typically supports, more commitment than reason typically justifies. The next marked date is approaching. 17 years from now, an autumn evening, the monument specifies conditions more complex than previous dates, more precise than earlier appointments, involving not just lunar phase and planetary positions, but also the conjunction of 3 stars, the angle of certain constellation, the precise moment when multiple celestial factors align in pattern that the monument's calculations indicate occurs rarely, occurs perhaps once in several thousand years, occurs with such specificity that this date cannot be approximation, cannot be preliminary, cannot be anything except the actual appointment, the real moment, the true alignment that will the vigil keepers believe bring return. Preparations have begun, not elaborate, not presumptuous. The vigil keepers do not know what form return will take, what the vanished kingdom will need, what should be prepared or left unprepared. So they prepare only what all gatherings require: cleared space in the square, willingness to witness, commitment to be present regardless of outcome, regardless of whether this date proves like all the others or proves different, proves empty or proves fulfilling, brings nothing or brings everything that centuries of waiting have anticipated, have hoped for, have maintained faith with through the long, patient years of disappointed dates, of unfulfilled appointments, of promises that have not been kept yet, but which remain written in stone, remain marked on the monument, remain part of the calendar that continues counting toward moments still ahead, toward dates still future, toward the possibility that remains possible as long as future dates exist, as long as the monument continues marking times that have not occurred yet, as long as stone continues promising what stone promises, that return is coming, that the vanished kingdom will manifest, that the dates are meaningful and the appointments are real, and someday, when the right alignment occurs, when the true moment arrives, when time finally reaches the configuration that all previous dates approximated but did not match, someday return will occur, and the vigil will end, and the waiting will be justified, and the monument will prove itself true, will prove itself accurate, will prove that its promises were never broken, were only delayed, were only waiting for the proper moment that all the previous moments resembled, but were not, that approached, but did not achieve, that suggested, but did not fulfill. Or the date will pass like the others, will bring only more waiting, will add itself to the long list of disappointed appointments, of unfulfilled promises, of moments when the square filled with watchers and emptied with only watchers, when no return occurred and faith was tested and maintained, when belief persisted despite evidence, when hope continued despite disappointment, when the vigil keepers returned home carrying nothing except the commitment to gather again for the next date, to maintain watch for the next appointment, to keep faith with the next promise that the monument makes, that stone carves, that the calendar marks in dates, extending far into the future, far beyond the lifetimes of current vigil keepers, far into the time when their descendants will stand in the square waiting as they wait now, hoping as they hope now, maintaining faith as they maintain it now, keeping the vigil that was passed to them and which they will pass forward keeping alive the possibility of return through the simple act of gathering, of waiting, of being present on appointed days, regardless of outcome, regardless of fulfillment, regardless of whether return occurs or not, because the vigil is not contingent on success, is not dependent on the kingdom actually manifesting, is valuable in itself as witness, as faith, as the human commitment to remain faithful to those who vanished, to keep appointment with those who are absent, to maintain covenant with the gone through the ongoing patient work of gathering in the square where the monument stands, where the dates are carved, where the promises wait to be fulfilled or to remain unfulfilled, but in either case to be honored, to be witnessed, to be kept faith with by those who refuse to abandon the vanished, who refuse to accept that absence is permanent, who insist through their vigil that the kingdom might return, could return, will return when the right moment comes, when the true alignment occurs, when time reaches the point that the monument has been marking all along, that it has been counting toward through all the dates that seemed important but were not, that appeared to be appointments but were not, that brought watchers but not the watched for, brought gathering but not return, brought faith tested but not faith rewarded not yet. The vigil keepers say, not yet but someday, not yet but eventually, not yet but written in stone, and therefore certain, promised and therefore inevitable, marked on the monument, and therefore true even when truth remains invisible, even when evidence argues otherwise, even when every date that has passed suggests that no date will bring what the monument promises, because the monument's promises are not about dates, but are about faith, are not about astronomical alignments, but are about the human commitment to wait, to hope, to gather on appointed days, regardless of whether the appointments are kept, regardless of whether return occurs, regardless of whether the vanished kingdom ever manifests or remains vanished forever, but is honored nonetheless, is remembered nonetheless, is kept alive through the vigil that continues, that persists, that gathers in the square where the monument stands marking dates, promising return, maintaining the calendar that extends into the future as far as stone allows, as far as calculation can determine, as far as faith can reach in the patient ongoing work of waiting for the return that never happened yet, that might never happen, that the vigil keepers insist will happen when the right moment arrives, when the true alignment occurs, when time fulfills the promises that stone has made, that dates have marked, that the monument continues to make through its carved numbers, its astronomical calculations, its precise notations that say, they will return on these dates, in these years, when the stars align as the stars aligned when they left wait for them. Keep faith, mark time, until they come back to the kingdom. They never intended to abandon permanently, only to pause, only to leave temporarily before returning on dates we calculated, at moments we determined, when alignings we predicted would occur. Trust us, believe us, wait for us in the square where we placed this monument, where we carved these dates, where we made these promises that have not been kept yet, but which remain promises nonetheless, remain written in stone that will outlast doubt, that will persist beyond skepticism, that will continue marking future dates regardless of how many past dates proved empty, because the empty dates were not failures, but were preparations, were not disappointments, but were practice, were not broken promises, but were preliminary gatherings, were the vigil establishing itself, the faith strengthening itself, the commitment proving itself capable of persisting through disappointment, through unfulfillment, through the long, patient years when return does not occur, but hope continues, when manifestation does not happen, but waiting persists, when the vanished remain vanished, but the vigil keepers remain faithful in the square where the monument stands, where the calendar waits, where the dates continue counting toward moments still ahead, toward appointments still future, toward the return that never happened yet, but which remains possible, remains promised, remains written in stone that marks time, that counts years, that maintains the schedule that the vanished kingdom left behind when they departed, when they disappeared, when they became the mysterious civilization that vanished without trace, except for this monument, this calendar, this promise carved in stone that return will occur, that gathering will happen, that someday the square will fill not just with watchers, but with the watched for, not just with vigil keepers, but with the vanished kingdom returning, manifesting, fulfilling the promises that stone makes, that dates mark, that the monument maintains through its patient, standing in the square where it has stood for millennia, where it will stand for millennia more, marking dates that extend far into the future, promising return that has not occurred yet, maintaining faith that stone maintains better than flesh maintains, keeping appointment that rock keeps better than humans keep, waiting with the patience that only monuments possess, that only carved stone achieves, that only architecture can sustain across the centuries of disappointment, across the millennia of unfulfillment, across the vast patient span of time that separates the vanishing from the return that the monument promises will come, that the dates indicate will occur, that the vigil waits for still in the square where watchers gather, where faith persists, where hope continues despite evidence, despite reason, despite all the dates that have passed without bringing return, but which have not erased the possibility that future dates will bring what past dates did not, that eventual alignment will trigger what previous alignments did not, that someday, somehow, when time reaches the right moment, when the heavens achieve the right configuration, when the universe arrives at the pattern that the monument has been calculating all along, someday return will occur, and the vigil will be justified, and the faith will be rewarded, and the monument will prove itself true in the square where it stands, where it waits, where it marks the calendar of return that never happened yet, but which remains, always, perpetually, eternally promised in stone that will will not stop promising, will not cease marking dates, will not abandon the vigil even if the vigil keepers abandon it, even if humans stop gathering, even if faith finally fails, because stone's faith does not fail. Monument's promise does not expire. Carved dates do not cancel themselves simply because they pass unfulfilled. They remain written, remain marked, remain promises that stone keeps even when the promised do not return, even when dates prove empty, even when centuries demonstrate that return might never occur. But stone insists will occur. Monument maintains will happen. Calendar continues to promise through dates, extending far into the future, far beyond our ability to imagine, far into the time when perhaps no humans will gather, no vigil keepers will wait, no one will witness except the monument itself, standing in the empty square marking dates that no one reads, promising return that no one expects, maintaining faith that no one shares except the stone itself, except the monument itself, except the carved calendar that continues counting, continues marking, continues promising in the patient, eternal voice of stone that says, they will return, the dates are real, the appointments are actual, the vanished kingdom will come back when time is right, when alignment is achieved, when the universe reaches the configuration that will trigger manifestation, that will make return possible, that will fulfill what stone has promised, what dates have marked, what the monument maintains in its patient, standing in the square where the vanished kingdom left this final message, this last promise, this eternal appointment that says through carved numbers and astronomical calculations, and the calendar extending into the future, we are not gone forever. We are away temporarily. We will return on these dates, in these years, when the stars align. Wait for us. Keep faith. Mark time until we come home to the kingdom we left, to the square where our monument stands, to the appointments we made in stone before we vanished, before we became mystery, before we left only this promise carved in granite that will outlast memory, outlast doubt, outlast even faith itself, and will continue standing, continue marking, continue promising return in the square where it waits, where it counts, where it maintains the vigil that stone maintains better than flesh, that rock keeps better than humans, that monuments preserve better than memory, in the patient, eternal ongoing work of marking time, promising return, maintaining faith with the vanished kingdom that might come back someday, might manifest eventually, might fulfill the promises carved in stone, or might remain forever absent, while stone remains forever promising, forever marking dates, forever maintaining the calendar of return that never happened, but which remains always, perpetually, eternally possible in the square where the monument stands, where the vigil continues, where faith persists despite centuries of disappointment, despite millennia of unfulfillment, despite all evidence that return will never occur, but despite which the promise remains written in stone that will not stop promising, will not cease hoping, will not abandon the vanished kingdom, but will continue marking their return, their eventual manifestation, their promised arrival on dates that extend into the future as far as stone allows, as far as time permits, as far as faith can reach in the square where the monument stands eternal, patient, faithful, waiting for the return that never happened yet, that might never happen, that stone insists will happen when the time is right, when the alignment is achieved, when the moment finally arrives that all previous moments approximated, that all past dates suggested, that all failed appointments pointed toward the true return, the actual manifestation, the fulfillment of promises in the square, where the mysterious vanished kingdom left their final testament carved in stone. We will return, wait for us. Keep faith in the monument that stands, in the calendar that counts, in the promise that persists forever. Soft fade of ambient sounds, wind across empty moorland, the patient silence of stone, the eternal waiting of monuments. And so we close our journey through the mysterious vanished kingdom, through their crown that wore no king, through their maps that showed nowhere, through their bells that ring beneath the lake, through all the traces they left behind when they departed into absence, so complete that only questions remain. Tonight you've walked through empty streets where footprints ended in sand. You've seen mirrors that reflect yesterday. You've heard wells whisper names. You've touched stones that remember music. And you've stood before the monument that promises return. Whether that return will ever occur, we cannot know. Whether the dates are meaningful or the appointments are real, we cannot say. What we know is simply this: they were here, they built, they created, they vanished, and they left behind mysteries that are perhaps more valuable than answers, questions that are perhaps more important than solutions, absences that teach us more than presences ever could. Let these mysteries carry you now into sleep. Let the questions dissolve into dreams. Let the patient waiting of monuments become the patient waiting of rest, of darkness, of the gentle descent into unconsciousness, where all vanished kingdoms might exist still, where all lost things might be found, where all mysteries might resolve themselves in the wordless knowing that sleep provides. The monument stands. The vigil continues. And somewhere in the territories between waking and dreaming, between knowing and wondering, between history and mystery, the vanished kingdom waits. Good night. Sleep well, and perhaps in dreams you'll find them. Perhaps in the deep silent places where consciousness goes when consciousness sleeps, you'll discover where they went, what they became, why they left everything beautiful behind when they vanished into the mystery that we've explored tonight, but which remains, as all true mysteries must remain, forever beautiful, forever unanswered, forever waiting in the darkness where you go now, gently, peacefully, carried by questions into rest, into dreams, into sleep. The kingdom waits. The monument stands, and you can rest now. Let go, drift, sleep. The vigil continues without you. The mystery persists without resolution. And that's exactly as it should be. Good night. Silence.